City Council to order. It's October 1st, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here, and we have some ceremonial items to read.
Yes, I will read the first two. The first is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2024, and after that, we'll have Hispanic Heritage Month, 2024.
Mayor Rouse.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October of 2024. Whereas National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, observed annually in October, is a nationwide campaign to increase public awareness of breast cancer, educate the public about early detection and regular screenings, and to promote research for better treatments and a cure. And whereas breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women, and while a family history of breast cancer is a risk factor, the overwhelming majority of women diagnosed with breast cancer have no family history of disease. And whereas breast cancer can be diagnosed in women and less frequently in men, of all ages, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds, it is imperative that early detection and heightened awareness remain central to our efforts in combating this disease. Whereas some progress has been made in the fight to combat breast cancer, the battle for a cure is far from over, meaning there is still a great need for widespread outreach, increased awareness, and accessible resources for all. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara proudly joins communities nationwide this October to celebrate breast cancer survivors, support those currently battling the disease, honor the many lives lost, and recognize the families affected, and admire the medical professionals and researchers dedicated to aiding those with breast cancer and striving for a cure. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Santa Barbara. Thank you very much.
Mayor Rouse, thank you. Council, thank you very much. It's our second year. Santa Barbara Police Officers Association is working with Chief Gordon and the police department. We are doing a fundraiser always to support research and early detection, but this year we have an emphasis on support, and it is support of those battling and also support of those supporting those battling, and through public patches and through T-shirts that are available at the lobby at the police department or at Pink Patch Orders SBPD at gmail.com. You can support us supporting others. We thank you very much.
Get yours. No pressure, but yes pressure. Get yours.
Thank you.
And we will put the link on our social media and on the website, so in case you didn't catch it, we'll make it readily available for all of you.
As you should.
All right, Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2024. Whereas in 1968, President Lyndon Johnson recognized the observance of Hispanic Heritage Week, and in 1988, President Ronald Reagan expanded the annual observance by proclaiming National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th, a period that encompasses multiple Latin America Independence Days. And whereas Hispanic and Latino groups from diverse backgrounds, including indigenous, African, and European roots, play a fundamental role in shaping the Santa Barbara community through their values, traditions, and contributions to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our city. And whereas the Santa Barbara Public Library, local schools, area businesses, nonprofits, and organizations throughout our community will honor Hispanic Heritage Month with special programs, exhibits, and efforts to raise awareness and uplift Hispanic voices, talents, accomplishments, and lived experiences. And whereas La Bella Vida Senior Club, a local Hispanic Latino organization, exemplifies the opportunity to celebrate these traditions by providing a safe and enriching space for seniors to gather and participate in programs that empower and uplift their lives through daily traditional and cultural social gatherings, group art projects, dance, and exercise classes. Now therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Santa Barbara, and encourage community members to participate in the numerous cultural events, activities, and programs that celebrate the heritage, culture, and contributions of our Hispanic Latino community. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Griselda Villalpando, and I am the Program Director at St. George Community Center and La Bella Vida Senior Club. At La Bella Vida, which is located on the east side, directly across from Franklin, we offer our seniors the opportunity to be among friends, sharing a common language and cultural background. Our goal is to be able to offer services that enrich their daily lifestyles through programming that include dance, art, singing, exercise, book clubs, and educational classes, all offered in Spanish. In the 3 years that we've been operating, we've witnessed a significant positive impact on many of our members. Several women first joined showing signs of depression and loneliness, and now they've flourished, gaining confidence, self-esteem, and independence. We aim to make our elders feel included in this community. Too often, they're overlooked and not given the attention they deserve. Here, we engage and encourage them to participate, helping them feel valued and recognized. Currently, we have about 30 ladies, or chicas as I love to call them, and 2 very brave men. We meet 4 to 5 days a week for 3 hours, and every day it's filled with fun, laughter, and new adventures. We work hard to bring them a piece of what they left behind when they came to this country through celebrations, food, music, games, and stories that remind them of their families and their hometowns. I couldn't do this without the incredible support of Sam Tufi, who is always there ready to help, is adored by the ladies, as well as our wonderful partners, including the Santa Barbara Public Library, Food Bank, Promotoras, Mi Sabor Dance Studio, the Santa Barbara Police Department, Zumba with Yoli, Trader Joe's, and the St. George family. Thank you for this recognition, and we warmly invite you all to stop and join us for some cafecito. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, the next item is Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to recognize a number of city employees this year, for their years of service accomplishments. And I believe we only have one employee here with us in person, but I'm going to go ahead and read the names of the other honorees. Give everyone a minute to get up and exit. Okay, so I'll start with the 5 years of service. We have a lot of police department employees this month, which is great. Our first is Salma Marquez, who is a police officer. Christopher Tadegu, who's a police officer. Madison Trevino, also a police officer. Maureen White, police officer. Shanice Fisher, police officer. Jesus Guzman, police officer. And Randall Strom Jr., parking enforcement officer, all celebrating 5 years. So let's acknowledge those individuals. And then Second, we have 10 years of service. We have 2 employees, Rosie Deisty, who is a project planner in community development, and Matthew Labarge, a police officer in our police department. And at 15 years of service, we have Daniel Garcia, who currently serves as a police sergeant in our police department. Apparently, October was a good month to get hired in the police department. At 20 years of service, we have Brenda Belts, who is an administrative analyst too in community development. And last, but certainly not least, recognizing his 30 years of service to the Santa Barbara community, Matt Donahue, who is our airport maintenance supervisor at the airport department, and I believe he is here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Matthew J. Donahue, Airport Maintenance Supervisor for 30 years of service. Matthew J. Donahue, Matt, was hired as an airport maintenance worker too on October 31st, 1994. He was promoted to senior airport maintenance worker in June of 2002, then promoted to airport maintenance coordinator in August 2020, where he remained until October 2023 when he became airport maintenance supervisor. Matt earned his airport certified employee airfield lighting maintenance certification from the American Association of Airport Executives in 2016. Matt's education and experience in this field was invaluable during the design installation of the airfield marking, signage, and lighting project in 2024. Matt has served with the dedicated airport maintenance team through multiple flood recovery efforts during the storms of 1995, 98, 2017, 2023, and 2024. Matt was a recipient of the Employee of the Month Award in January 2023, and his recognition of his work contributed to reopening the Santa Barbara Airport after flooding. Matt is a valued member of the Airport Facilities Division Maintenance Section, where he leads a team of 12 full-time and 2 part-time maintenance staff, providing 24-hour service for 59 airport buildings, water and sewer mains, fire hydrants, road and parking areas, and a 5.6 million square foot airfield complex of 3 runways and 16 taxiways with associated runway safety areas and vegetated islands. Under Matt's supervision, the airport maintenance section exemplifies the City of Santa Barbara's organizational value for a safe and enjoyable working and living environment for staff, local citizens, and visitors. Matt, on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Santa Barbara, and your fellow employees, it is my pleasure to recognize your many accomplishments and thank you for 30 years of dedicated service to the City of Santa Barbara and the local community. Congratulations, Matt.
Thank you, everyone. That was a lot. That was a long time ago, 30 years, and I've had the opportunity to work with all different age groups. When I started working, I was still working with guys who had gone through World War II, Vietnam War, Korean War, and now I'm working with guys who are 23, 22 years old, and it's unreal. And now I'm the old guy. And I've had such a great opportunity, and I just want to express my feeling of gratitude to the City of Santa Barbara for giving me this opportunity to serve this place that I didn't think I'd ever get to stay in. I moved here from Ohio when I was 17, and when I finally got the job in 1994, I realized I was going to maybe get to stay in this place that I couldn't believe I was living in the first place. So I thank all you guys for all your support. I thank you for this chance to live in this beautiful area that we all have the opportunity to serve, and these great people. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
Not overall changes. I know there'll be some comments from the city attorney under agenda item 5.
Thank you. All right, very good. And with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, you have some items to read, or an item to read.
Yes. Item 4, Elistero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project Resolution Agreement. Recommendation E, to adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to appropriate clean water state revolving funds for the Elistero Water Resource Center Electrical Distribution Renewal Project. And F, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara setting forth the official intent of the City of Santa Barbara to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of indebtedness.
All right, very good. Is anyone from council that needs to pull an item from the agenda? Mr. Jordan?
I'd like to ask some questions on item 4.
Okay, very good. We have the appropriate staff hopefully present. And with that, we will move to the report from the Ordinance Committee. And that would be, Mr. Chair, is that you?
Sorry. Ordinance Committee met today and moved along a change in the operations of the waterfront police, reflective of the recent legislation or requirements to certify people who carry firearms. That will be coming to council. And then we continued the item that updates the sign ordinance, particularly affecting historical use on public right-of-way or public posts, and gave staff a list of accomplishments to pursue and then bring it back to Ordinance Committee.
All right, very good, thank you. And with that, we will move to general public comment, and this is 3 minutes at the podium for any item that is not on today's agenda, but was within the purview of this body. And we'll start out with Wally Pratt. Mr. Pratt, let me ask you up front, because I know where your business is. Are you talking about item 5 instead, as opposed to general public comment? Okay, I'm going to put you in that stack, so that's a little later on. And Jill, same thing? Yeah, thought so. Okay, with that, we'll move to Adrian Davis. And Ms. Davis, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and the rest of my citizens of this beautiful city. I come here to speak just for a couple of minutes about my hope and desire that the proposal to build a hotel at 101 Garden.
Ms. Davis, that is on, that's item 5. This is general public comment. So
I'm
if you
sorry.
want to speak to that, then I'll
I'll
put you in there.
come back later. I beg your pardon. Thank you.
I'll put your name in that little stack of speakers. We'll move to Michael Baker, who I think is probably going to talk about something else in item 5. Aren't you, Michael?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Baker, CEO, United Boys and Girls Clubs. Just wanted to give you an update on how things are going. As I mentioned last time, we've been transporting youth from the what we call the east side of town to the west side club, and we're getting about 65 kids a day. That's been tremendously successful. Our overall membership at our west side club combined is 443 kids. We are also serving about 105 children a day on average, and serving 80 dinners a night. And again, that's all free of charge. And again, if it wasn't for the support of the community that makes that happen, we wouldn't be able to do the services that we're doing on a daily basis. And that's not just here in the city of Santa Barbara. I would be remiss if I didn't share that we are a countywide organization. We range from Lompoc all the way to Carpinteria, but our roots all start from here at the city of Santa Barbara. So again, want to appreciate all your support and would encourage you to come down on a tour any given time. If you really want to see a club that's packed with kids, let's go to our West Side Club, and just tremendous activities. Jesse, who is our club director there, actually will be coming up and celebrating his 10th year working for Boys and Girls Clubs. We're going to have a nice celebration for that. I'm going to invite each and every one of you to that as well. So again, appreciate all your continued support, and You know, I got to say it every time. There's 3 people on the dais right now that are products of the Boys and Girls Club, so it's proof that clubs work. So thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Clint Orr. Clint Orr? Clint Orr? Only 2.
Mayor Rouse and council members, I'm Clint Orr, Santa Barbara, California, USA. I just got through with well, I'm not through yet, but I've been working on Butterfly Beach. I put in 6 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at Butterfly Beach, and I tore out everything, including the palms that have never been touched before, with some clippers, barehanded, and I got them, and the ranger took it all out. So I still got about 300 pounds to go, maybe more, before I'm done. So I'll be down at Butterfly Beach maybe another 3 days. And my point is that Carpinteria, I mean, it's cool. Carpinteria picked up 65 pounds of debris, and I took out 500, which makes me, I don't know, cooler for some reason, because I put in the hours. So, but I'm still not done, but I'm proud of myself, and I like to do things that people are afraid to do, or they're scared to do, or they can't do, or they won't pay for it. So I just go get them. So I want to mention that I got 20 units of affordable housing. The address is 3099 Mission Drive in San Ynez, California. You might have been there. It's the motel there, the San Dakota Motel. I've been working with the owner for 4.5 years, and she wants to go ahead and make it into an affordable housing project. So I'm getting the 3rd district supervisor, I think that's Joan Hartman, and whoever the affordable housing director is, to come with me. We can either buy it or we can lease it, but it'll be more affordable than anything else you guys have ever done. So I'm still going to, I hate to keep saying it, but the air quality is just getting worse and worse and worse in the sidewalks. So, I mean, now everybody's got 2 leaf blowers. You can't walk your dog. You can't sit at a restaurant outside. The Riviera is a cesspool, man. I mean, you guys got to go out there and walk it in the morning and just go, wow, there's no way you can walk down the street. And that's industrial waste. They go out in the blacktop and they blow it into your eyes, your ears, your lungs, and they take all the time they want to, which it's not their fault. It's the management's fault, the people that pay them, which is you guys. So anyway, air quality, AQMD's got $500 million because Southern California has the worst air in Southern California. Wake up, kids, okay? Thank you. I'll see you next week.
All right, very good. Are there any general public comments online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Mr. Mayor, every time I hear you speak about State Street, I can't help but wonder how much better off our city might be if you focused on what residents actually want instead of pursuing your personal agendas. It's time you listen to the voices of those who are directly impacted, our small business owners on State Street. I attended a recent meeting with State Street landlords and business owners, and when asked if they wanted cars back, only you and one other person raised your hands. The overwhelming majority, those who work and invest in downtown every day, do not want cars to return. Yet despite your background on Santa Barbara Street and not State Street, you seem convinced that your way is better than the collective wisdom of business and property owners who know what works for them. It makes me question why you're so intent on bringing cars back to State Street. If we're going to revisit outdated ideas that didn't work, why stop there? Why not bring horses back? Maybe they'll finally convince big box retailers to line up and sign leases downtown. I also wonder where your conclusions come from. You frequently suggest that returning to a pre-COVID State Street would solve our challenges, yet you ignore the critical facts. There are fewer vacancies now than before the promenade. 80% of the community supports a pedestrian promenade, And cars didn't work before, so why would they suddenly work now? The reality is retail has changed. With the rise of online shopping and companies like Amazon delivering to your door, State Street no longer needs to be a place to drive and shop for daily essentials. It needs to be It needs to be a vibrant, walkable area where people want to spend time, and the pedestrian promenade has given it that life. What I find most puzzling is that you didn't offer these ideas sooner. You were on City Council in 2018 when we paid consultants to tell us how to revive downtown, yet we didn't hear your vision back then. If you truly believe you know how to fix State Street, why didn't you share those insights when we were struggling to fill vacancies? Lastly, I want to thank the 4 City Council members who have supported the car-free promenade and listened to the community. The last 2 weeks without car and truck rallies choking State Street have been a breath of fresh air for visitors and businesses alike. Thank you for standing up for what the majority of people want, and for helping us create a downtown Santa Barbara that thrives. Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, that will close public comment. We'll go to poll consent items. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to wait till Mr. Maurer gets up here. Pick the crowdedest day and the tallest guy, right? Yeah. So good afternoon. So in the context of what's taken place over the last several years with the library project, which was also a CWA project, which I think really doesn't, I just mentioned that just as, I think to say they're unique that way, and was also a low bid project. I'm interested if you could just share some information on the pathway to the selection of another low bid contractor, and what we learned with the extended library project and the excess expenses that we incurred, and what steps we've taken to make sure that we're not looking at that same situation in several more years in this project.
1 minute,
Excuse me,
please.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. So the library project is not on the agenda, so I want to just caution not to get too deeply into
Okay.
that.
I'll
We're talking about El
I'll
Estero.
uncontext that then.
Thank you.
But I think I got the gist out there. Thank you.
I do. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. Thank you for your question. We have changed, thanks to you, we have changed or increased our procurement toolbox significantly in the last few months. This project happened before the charter amendment and the ordinance to follow. However, given the size, the importance, and recent experiences, and I won't call out any specific project, but recent experiences, we came to you and got permission to pre-qualify our contractors for this project. So we did have a list of contractors who provided their financial data and their experience with this specific type of work to the city. They were reviewed. It's not excruciatingly hard because obviously we want competition. We want contractors to participate. We got pre-qualified contractors. Not all participated. As a matter of fact, the apparent low bid that's in front of you today for authorization to award didn't participate the first round. There was an appeal because this was not initially designated as a community workforce project. So we came back once we had lost the arbitration went against us, rebid it, and the contractor that is the apparent low bid was pre-approved through our process and did participate the second time and had the lowest price. So to answer your question, I guess more succinctly is that we are comfortable that all the contractors in front of us have the proper track record and the proper resume to perform this work. I say that this is a challenging project. It's gonna go over 2 to 3 years long. We have to fly the plane while we change the engines out. El Estero wastewater treatment plant can never stop operating. And so we're going to essentially change out all the electrical while we continue to operate the plant. Electrical equipment, for those who don't know, are long lead items. Once you place your order, you get in line and you wait 6, 8, sometimes 12 months for the equipment to be manufactured and then delivered. So this will be a long project.
When we actually have a project of this size and scope that has competition, and in your experience, is there frequently such a wide gap between what we select and the other two, in this case, are in it? It's like more than 25%, 30%.
I would say that unfortunately is something that's more unique to our location because we're not in a large metro area. And I believe the low bid price, which is very similar to the original low bid price, is probably the right market price. Okay. The other prices were probably priced at a premium because often doing work in a remote location. I know people might not think this is remote, but from the construction industry, it's remote. It's not serviced by a large metropolitan area. So they price in risk, and that's why we get the higher prices.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
I think you answered the question I have, but in the second round of bidding, we had a new contractor that bid it, and did that bid come in below, at the same, or above the original bid?
I am going to turn it over to the expert to my right, project manager, or principal engineer, Ashley Suzu.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. The second low bid actually came in slightly below the first low bid. The original low bid was just under 34 million, and the new low bid with Lead Electric was 33.66 million.
Thank you.
All right, very good. So any other comments or questions? Or if not, I'll take a motion on this consent calendar.
So I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Jordan, second by Alejandro Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion for the recommended actions for item 4, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. That closes the consent calendar. We'll go to Councilmember Committee assignment reports. Do we have any? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think, I'm not sure if this counts as an official committee assignment. I am the Creeks liaison, and I did attend the Creek Week Happy Hour, which was very well attended by community members and also those who support the Creeks.
All right, very good. If there are no further, we'll close that item. I just was informed by the city administrator that Chris Barros, did you have a general public comment besides item 5? Okay, you're going to come up real briefly and give that to us, and we'll, but you also wish to speak on item 5, is that correct?
Sorry for the confusion. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and staff and others, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I come to you today to ask for you to consider reevaluating the safety of the Hutash Soledad culvert. I reside at the Flamingo Mobile Home Park. The residents here are mostly seniors, mostly low to very low income, and many are disabled. The Flamingo Mobile Home Park has a history of flooding. During the rains last year, the Flamingo Park residents were advised to evacuate, especially those who live adjacent to the creek. Many homes there sit atop the creek bed, literally over the flowing water. Please come take a field trip and see how very close these homes are to the creek. The area of the culvert bridge on Hutash Street at Soledad Street has always been a problem. It's because it narrows severely where it goes underneath the street. Many years ago, I think it was about 10 years ago, the city installed a splitter wall to divert the debris during the rainy season. It has never worked as planned and has occasionally contributed to additional accumulation of debris at that location. Last year, several men in the neighborhood put themselves in danger, forming a human chain and hanging over the bridge to remove debris. They saved our Flamingo Park from having even more damage. Over the years, there have been several confusing and conflicting discussions about whose responsibility for safety it was in this area. Some reports say the Flamingo Park ownership is responsible for some portion. The city for some, and some believe the city creeks or coastal and waterfront might also be somehow involved or implicated. Thank you for your consideration and pursuit of safety for the members in our city, especially the underserved and vulnerable seniors and disabled. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 5. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Item 5, appeal of Planning Commission's approval of the 101 Garden Street Hotel project.
All right, very good. This is an item that obviously has got some attention, and I'm going to ask that anyone who wishes to fill out a speaker slip do so by 5 minutes of 3. 5 minutes of 3, and also online. If you're listening online and you wish to speak to this item, you'll need to raise your hand to participate by 5 minutes of 3. All right? So, this is a quasi-judicial hearing process, and the first thing I'm going to do is ask any of my colleagues up here on council if there are any ex parte contacts to report, and apparently there are. Mr. Jordan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About 3.5 or 4 weeks ago, I, not inadvertently, I met with someone who I did not know was a party to the appeal, Rich Unterman. I didn't know he was on one of the appellants. And he has a letter into us in the record, and we simply discussed the points of his letter of concern.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke with Planning Commissioner Leslie Wiscombe, and it was specific to the Planning Commission hearing itself. So all the things we discussed were publicly discussed at the Planning Commission.
Okay, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I did meet with appellant attorney Mark Shatillo, and the discussion was very highly limited just to the documents presented before us.
All right, very good. And that's all the ex parte disclosures we need. This project site is located within the appealable and non-appealable jurisdictions of the California Coastal Commission. One of our council members also serves on the Coastal Commission, and California law allows a city council member to vote on a matter that may also come before a member of the Coastal Commission and to vote on the matter at that time. All right? So here's how this is going to go. And first of all, I'm going to ask everybody's forbearance and please not to cheer, to boo, to clap. We got a lot of stuff to go through, and everybody needs to be heard. So please, keep it civil out there, if you would, please. So the staff will present, and that should take about 20 minutes. Planning Commissioners Lodge and Donald DeLuccio will also be a part of a staff presentation, and they will testify as well. The 3 appellants that are listed get 20 minutes each, and they can reserve time for rebuttal after public comment. The applicant also gets 20 minutes, but we're also going to allow, because it's 1 against 3 here, an extra 15 minutes in case they need it for rebuttal. Okay? After that, and I'm going to ask council members to take notes on the various testimonies, because I'm going to have you reserve all of your questions until the end of every presentation. All righty? And then I have, then we'll do a public comment, and then I can't determine the time just yet. I want to make sure we hear from everybody. I want to see how many slips get turned in We're getting up there where we might have to go to 2 minutes instead of 3. And when you do turn these in, the time limit can be extended with other people donated their time to you up to 5 minutes. So 1 speaker slip plus 2 extra speakers is 5 minutes, okay? And with that, I have a statement from the city attorney that I'd like to present at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as the council and the appellants and the applicant know, there has been over the last couple of days an extremely voluminous amount of new material, some of it new, some of it not new, but a lot of material has been submitted in the last couple of days that council and staff and also the parties have been trying to read and digest and understand. And because of that, we are going to request that the procedure be amended a little bit from what you have just gone through. And essentially, it'll be what you have gone through, which will be that we will take the staff presentation, we'll take the appellant's presentations, we'll take the applicant's presentation, council questions to staff, staff response to council questions, then we'll take public comment. Then I would like to request that council will close the public hearing. At that point, there'll be no more new material submitted into the record. And if council is agreeable to this, it'll be up to the council to make a motion to do that. I would request that council continue the hearing to a date certain for deliberations, comments, and decision on this matter. And we're going to suggest that that be November 19th. So that would be my recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, do you have a comment, Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan, you have a question on the procedure?
Yep. Ms. Connect, so can I get some guidance on what to do with emails or other attempted or real contacts over the next month and a half?
New emails that will be submitted won't be accepted. We're going to be accepting emails and public comment through the hearing today.
So I'm more concerned about emails directly to me. And do we acknowledge them? Do we not acknowledge them? Do we ignore them?
The public hearing, if the procedure we're recommending is
Right.
followed, the public hearing will be closed today. So nothing new will be submitted in the record. You could say, respond to that effect.
Would
that
it
the
be
public hearing has been
appropriate
closed.
for you just to draft
Sure, I
a
can-
sentence or two to that effect that we could respond rather than be told we're being non-responsive?
More than happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then we also, just as a cautionary tale, Madam Attorney, we should probably avoid all ex parte contact in the interim period.
Yes, yes, that
Because
would
we've
be.
already disclosed ex parte, so we don't want to complicate the prejudice
Absolutely,
matter any
that
further.
would, that
Okay,
that
very
would be
good.
the.
Madam Clerk, would you put 20 minutes on the timer clock, please? And I will turn it over to Ms. Kennedy. I believe, are you doing the presentation for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Kennedy. I'm the case planner for this project. As you know, this is the 101 Garden Street Hotel Project appeal hearing. So the purpose of the hearing today is to consider the appeals of the Planning Commission's approval of the hotel project filed by the law office of Mark Chutillo on behalf of Keep the Funk, Inc., Stephen Johnson, and Rich Unterman. The previous appeal by Safer, LaSalle Drury LLP Safer, appeal has been withdrawn, so we will not be considering that appeal today. Our recommendation, a summary, is as follows. We recommend that you deny all appeals. We recommend that you uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project. And there is a correction to the staff report recommendation. It didn't get changed in time. What we are asking for, and we'll talk about this later, is to have a minor change to the condition of approval to update the water conservation condition by adjusting that calculation number, and we'll get to that later.
And if I may,
Ms. Ostringer.
Mayor Rouse and to the council, the recommendation on page 1 of your staff report, recommendation B, it talks about the specific plan water conservation. The recommendation that is on page 15 of your conclusions and recommendations that reads, staff recommends that council deny the appeals and approve the project making the findings set forth in Section 4 of the Council Agenda Report, subject to conditions of approval in the Planning Commission resolution with an amendment to condition of approval D to F to allow water use for the project site to be 16.67 AFY as discussed above. That's the recommendation that staff will be presenting to you today.
Thank you.
So a brief, let you know what the outline of the presentation is today. Just to let you know that we'll talk about the project description, the discretionary applications that were approved by the Planning Commission, some background on the site itself and the project, the appeal issues, response to the appeal issues, the required findings that need to be made for the project, and then finally our staff recommendation. So regarding the project description, this is the vicinity map of the location of the project. So it actually consists of 6 separate parcels, which are outlined here. So the project's at Garden Street, Yananali, Santa Barbara Street, and along the railroad tracks here, about 1 block from the beach area in town. Here's an aerial of the location. Again, it shows the 6 lots, shows the existing uses, which are primarily storage-related uses. For the proposed project, it's a 250-room hotel. The main entrance is along Garden Street here, where there's a motor court and some on-grade parking. There's another entrance along Yananali Street. And you could come in along Yananali and go to the underground parking from here. And then also another entrance to the site from Santa Barbara Street. There are 29 on-grade parking spaces, and there are 20 on-grade bicycle parking spaces. For the underground parking garage, here's the layout. There are 238 vehicle parking spaces and some additional bike parking spaces as well. For the first floor, we have the 6 affordable housing units here in the upper right corner. The project also includes a number of guest amenities for the hotel. There's a lobby at the front here, a market, a small library, lounge, bar, breakfast area, some meeting rooms, and back of house areas for the first floor. For the second floor, consists of just the guest rooms. So the guest rooms consist of what are called extended stay rooms and also select service rooms. The extended stay rooms are primarily larger, and they have kitchens in them. So they're for larger family groups. On the third floor are additional guest rooms, and also there is a fitness center right here in the center for the guests. And then there is a roof deck above the units over here on this left side. Here is the proposed landscape plan. So there will be some trees removed. Only 3 on-site trees are being removed. 5 street trees are being removed. And a number of new trees. 24 street trees are protected, and there'll be 13 new street trees throughout the site, and a total of 185 trees planted on the site. Another important part of this project is the restoration of this drainage area. This habitat is very degraded at this point, so the project involves removing all non-native plantings and planting with new native species, enhancing this area, and there's also a buffer area between this and the project, so that was expanded to include that buffer area. The discretionary applications are listed here. The Planning Commission was able to make the findings, so the following: a parking modification to allow less than the required number of parking spaces, a development plan to allow the construction of the new non-residential development, a coastal development permit to allow the development in the coastal zone, and then confirmation that the project qualifies for CEQA guidelines section 15183 exemption. The Planning Commission had a vote of 4 to 2 with 1 absent. The reason for the no's, and this is in your minutes, is that those commissioners stated that the project does not include enough housing units for them to approve the project. Get into a little bit of background. So as you know, this location is in the Cabrillo Plaza Specific Plan, SP2 area. This specific plan was certified and adopted back in 1983. The EIR was certified and the specific plan adopted by the City Council in '83. The site that we're talking about today is in Area A of the specific plan. So there are other areas, Area D, B, and C, that we are not discussing today. As part of the specific plan, the property owner was required to, and came to an agreement to dedicate some land for public right-of-way. So showing here on the right the general areas that were dedicated. And the reason was to have this connection down to the beach along Garden and a connection by extending Yananali Street. There's a question about this, so I wanted to note that acceptance of this dedicated land does not obligate the city to approve this project. However, the city must approve a project that is before them that does comply with all our requirements. This shows the zoning in the area. So the HRC2, SP1, two, SD3 is the zoning designation for this site. So the site is located right here. Just wanted to put this in context of the surrounding areas. We have areas to the left here of OC. This is in general the funk zone area that is primarily zoned OC. This is HRC2 that allows residential as well as hotels, and then HRC wraps around this way as well. So the underlying zone is HRC2 that I said. That allows hotels, allows visitor serving commercial recreational uses, also allows residential in limited areas. Not all HRC2 allows residential. And this specific plan restricts uses even more. So this specific plan allows hotels, but it limits the number of guest rooms to 250. It also limits the number of people allowed in the meeting rooms and restaurants and lounges that would be part of the project. It requires greater setbacks, and it has the 2-acre requirement for recreational open space that the regular HRC2 zone does not require. So for the project, it went through a few concept review hearings. The first one was in August of 2019 with the Historic Landmarks Commission, and then it followed with another concept review at the Planning Commission. And then as the project moved along and was further developed, it came back to the Historic Landmarks Commission for another concept review. And at that time, all supportive of the hotel use and the design. So during this time between those concept reviews and the first Planning Commission hearing of 2023, the project went through a lot of review with our land development team. Plans were brought in, they were revised, thoroughly reviewed by our LDT team. We requested a number of studies that you'll hear about. Numerous studies related to environmental review were prepared and reviewed by staff at that particular time. And then the project was deemed complete. Therefore, we scheduled it for the first Planning Commission hearing. I wanted to note also that at this point, all environmental technical reports were available to the public at this point. We did not include them with the Planning Commission staff reports, but we noted them and we provided a location and a way for people to contact staff to get copies of those reports. So they've been available throughout this whole process. So at the first hearing at the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission had a number of questions about on-site employee housing, about community use of the property, about donating to the housing fund, and the outreach that the applicant had done to the community in the surrounding area. So a lot of questions were asked, a lot of discussion about this. The hearing was continued to have the applicant come back with some more information about these items. The second hearing was in August of 2023. At that point, the applicant did submit a housing impact study. They had revised their project to include 6 affordable housing units. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission at that point requested additional information. Again, lots of discussion about the housing. They requested a new housing impact study to be prepared and submitted, asked about a contribution to the housing fund, and wanted some actual documentation about the outreach that they had done. At this hearing also, staff had also requested a continuance to further evaluate the environmental process for this project. Then in the third hearing in February of this year, the applicant had submitted an updated housing study. They also submitted an overnight accommodation summary in regard to the need from a request from the Coastal Commission in particular about keeping this as a moderate income, moderate cost hotel. The applicant at this time offered to donate $500,000 to our city's housing trust fund. And then city staff provided the CEQA 151A3 exemption information to consider. With all that, the Planning Commission approved the project. They were able to make the findings that were required to approve the project, and they did so. So the appeal issues, I will summarize briefly here. We have 3 appeals. The Chatillo appeal issues can be summarized as the community needs workforce housing, the housing study is inadequate, the sea level rise study is inadequate, the project is inconsistent with the specific plan, the general plan and the local coastal plan, and that the CEQA guidelines section is inapplicable due to off-site and cumulative impacts. The Johnson appeal issue summary entails the subgrade parking is not allowed in the flood zone, and the project as a whole is not consistent with sound community planning. And the third appeal from Unterman lists the height, bulk, and scale, violates the specific plan, inadequate staff housing, few benefits to the citizens in Santa Barbara, insufficient parking. The 6 lots should not be integrated, and the project's deficient in regard to water, recreational space, energy conservation. To make this a little bit more easy to work your way through, we've divided the appeal issues by category. Number 1 being consistency with the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan. 2nd, environmental review. 3rd, the underground parking garage. And 4, consistency with the general plan and the coastal land use plan. So in response to these appeal issues, staff did not feel like there was any necessary new analysis to be conducted. The only thing that we did change and is before you is the recalculation of the water use, the condition of approval. The applicant did provide an extensive appeal response. They actually included a number of supplemental reports to supplement the findings. Staff concurred that the supplemental information that was submitted by the applicant does demonstrate that the required findings for approval of the project can be made. So we'll go through each of the 4 appeal areas. Consistency with the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan. The project is consistent in regard to the allowed uses. A hotel with the maximum of 250 rooms is allowed by the specific plan. The merger of the parcels and the subterranean parking was anticipated as the future hotel project, and residential is allowed. For parking, the project does provide less than the zoning requirement, but it does meet the parking demand. It provides 9 more spaces than the parking demand study. And no parking is required for the affordable housing units due to its location for 2 reasons. 1, state density bonus, and also because of AB 2097. So the location allows housing to be built here without parking. There was a concern that the project should be reviewed by ABR as well as HLC. At the time of the specific plan, both the owner and council wanted this project to be, or any projects in the specific plan, to be reviewed by what was the Landmarks Committee at the time, what's now the Historic Landmarks Commission. They stated that subject to review by ABR and Landmarks Committee to ensure that the architectural design, scale, and character are reflective of the character of EPV Landmark District. So it was clear that they wanted the project to comply with EPV guidelines. The boundaries of the EPV were expanded in 1993, and this project is within those boundaries. So therefore, HLC is required for this project, and it must meet the EPV guidelines. So here is a graphic of that. So this shows the EPV district guidelines. This whole area along here, along the waterfront, was added in 1993. You can see where the project site is included. Then the area that is zoned OC is subject to ABR approval, not HLC. In regard to recreation open space, the project does comply. It has over 2 acres of open space area. It's not required to be either or passive or active. It could be either. In regard to the water conservation, this is the one condition of approval that we're asking to change. The calculation previously was based on acreage of 4.53 acres. At the time of the specific plan, this particular area, Area A, was actually 6.78 acres. So we decided that it is reasonable to use that instead. So 6.78 acres is used. It results in a 16.67 acre feet per year requirement. The project does require an energy conservation plan, so that's consistent with the specific plan. In regard to housing, the specific plan requires an analysis of short-term and long-term impacts on the housing stock. The specific plan also says that you shall develop strategies and programs to minimize any potential adverse impacts consistent with city policy at the time of development plan review. The specific plan does not state that a project must completely offset housing demand, and the city does not currently have a policy regarding impacts to housing. The applicant's response to the Planning Commission concerns regarding housing is that they prepared a housing impact study that estimates that the hotel would generate the demand of 11 housing units. They're providing 6 affordable units to be 5 studios and 1 2-bedroom, prioritized for employees, and they would also have a donation of $500,000 to the city's housing trust fund. The next appeal issue is environmental review, and I will turn it over to Ms. Peugeot to handle this section.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Rouse, council members, my name is Julia Peugeot, environmental analyst. For this project, staff determined that the project qualifies for CEQA streamlining under Section 1583 of the CEQA guidelines. Projects that qualify for CEQA streamlining are exempt from certain CEQA requirements. However, an environmental checklist must be prepared similar to an initial study. The intent in the guidelines is to reduce the need for redundant environmental review. The CEQA guidelines and recent case law specify that streamlining is mandatory for qualifying projects. If a project's environmental effects were studied in a general plan EIR and can be addressed through uniform policies and standards, CEQA does not allow the city to require a new EIR or additional environmental review. Next slide. In order to qualify for 15183 streamlining, a project must be consistent with the general plan. Staff found the project to be consistent with the development density and policies established in the general plan. In addition, there must be a certified EIR. In 2011, the city certified the general plan EIR. If a project meets those criteria, it qualifies for 15183 streamlining. An environmental review is limited to project-specific effects peculiar to a site, significant effects not discussed in the 2011 general plan EIR, and in addition, the guidelines specify regarding the term peculiar that no additional EIR is needed if a project will implement uniformly applied development policies or standards that substantially mitigate impacts. Next slide. Staff note that a prior environmental analysis was done for the 1983 Cabrillo Plaza specific plan. The 1983 EIR analyzed impacts for traffic and parking, air quality, noise, water supply, and public services. The EIR was certified and subsequently the specific plan was adopted. However, due to the age of the 1983 EIR, staff did not rely on the environmental analysis in the EIR. The 2011 General Plan EIR analyzes potential impacts from implementation of the general plan. The EIR analyzes cumulative effects of growth associated with development of general plan land uses. This includes the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan and subject property. Impacts in the general plan EIR included analysis of air quality, biological resources, geologic conditions, hazardous materials, water quality, noise, open space, visual resources, public services, public utilities, and transportation. Development pursuant to the general plan is subject to the mitigation measures and policies that are identified in the 2011 EIR. A project is considered consistent with the general plan EIR analysis if the project does not exceed the development density for what was contemplated for those parcels. Accordingly, the programmatic analysis in the EIR is inclusive of the proposed projects. Next slide. In addition, extensive project-level environmental analysis was completed for the project. As part of preliminary environmental review, staff required the applicant to prepare special studies to demonstrate compliance with state and local environmental regulations, and also to demonstrate that the project would not result in significant effects. For this project, approximately 23 technical studies, addenda, agency communications, and other documents were prepared for this application. Staff reviewed all information carefully over the course of many months. Where appropriate, staff required the applicant to revise studies, and peer review was required by technical experts and resource agencies. Coordination included, but was not limited to, the Air Pollution Control District, Regional Water Quality Control Board, California Fish and Wildlife, the Army Corps of Engineers, and Santa Barbara County Environmental Health Services, which is the agency that oversees site contamination issues. Where agencies included specific recommendations for this project, staff required the applicant to implement them. In order to identify any effects that may be considered peculiar, staff prepared the environmental checklist based on this information. Following, staff found that there were no specific effects considered peculiar to the project or its site, and which the general plan EIR failed to analyze as significant. The subject property is similar to other properties in the area, and potentially significant effects were identified by the general plan EIR. Uniformly applied development standards and applicable mitigation measures specified within the general plan EIR have been made conditions of approval for this project. In addition, the applicant prepared a supplemental 15183 checklist to address CEQA comments received on the project. Staff reviewed the applicant prepared checklist and verified its accuracy and concur with its findings. In conclusion, 15183 streamlining is mandatory. and substantial evidence in the record supports the Planning Commission's findings that the project qualifies for streamlining under Section 15183 of the CEQA guidelines, and there are no project-specific impacts that will not be substantially mitigated. Thank you.
Moving on to appeal issue number 3, the underground parking garage. Here's a graphic of the special flood hazard area in this area of the project site. So this is the project site here, or part of it. It is in a special flood hazard area, as are other properties in the similar location. During our extensive land development team review, we did determine that an underground parking garage is allowed in this flood zone area. As part of the appeal and preparing for the appeal, staff reached out to FEMA to confirm that this determination was correct. And FEMA at the national level confirms staff's determination that a proposed hotel is considered a mixed-use building containing both residential and non-residential occupancies, and that a dry, flood-proofed, below-grade parking garage used for parking, storage, and/or access in an AE, which is the flood zone, is permitted under the National Flood Insurance Program regulations. The next issue is consistency with the general plan and the coastal land use plan. So the Planning Commission staff report, which is attached to your council agenda report, provides a discussion of the general plan policies, local coastal plan policies. So I've listed some of them here that are applicable to the project in relation to land use, biological resources, scenic resources, visual quality, number of policies that apply to this project. Also of note, the development plan finding regarding consistency with the principles of sound community planning is typically tied to consistency with the charter, with the general plan and the coastal land use plan policies that I just mentioned, also with the municipal code and other adopted documents and policies. Here's a map from our local coastal plan. The blue area is what's called Area 6. It's the inland coastal flooding area. The yellow is the city-owned low-lying beach area. So the project site is located in this blue area, Area 6. So a project-specific sea level rise report was required of the applicant, but that was prior to the adoption of the city's 2019 coastal land use plan. They submitted just prior to that adoption. So at that point, we didn't have regulations or policies about, or procedures about sea level rise. So they did submit a report. The coastal LUP, though, that was adopted in 2019, did not require project-specific shoreline hazard evaluation for this Area 6, this inland coastal area. In the 2021 Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan also states that this sea level rise in Area 6 that we're talking about is to be addressed programmatically. It does not require project-specific studies. So projects in these areas must comply with the city's floodplain regulations, which this project does. And that is what we look to when we review projects in this area. So in conclusion, we have a number of findings. I'm only giving you the titles here. We have them listed in your council agenda report. They're also in the Planning Commission staff report, and I also have them available in slides if you want to look at those specifically if we get to that. But they are, the required findings for this project are general plan and specific plan consistency, environmental review, parking modification, the development plan, and coastal development permit. Staff's recommendation is to deny the appeals and approve the project, making the findings set forth in Section 4 of the Council Agenda Report, subject to the conditions of approval in the Planning Commission resolution, with an amendment to that condition of approval, D2F, that we discussed, to allow the water use for the project site to be 16.67 acre-feet per year, and also direct staff to return to council with a resolution reflecting the outcome of the appeal and the facts and findings reflecting council's decision. An alternative motion would be, if you want to uphold the appeal, it would be to deny the project, indicate which appeals are being upheld, and identify which specific findings cannot be made. The motion must include all relevant facts and evidence that support the determination that the findings necessary to approve the project and the required discretionary applications cannot be made. And then again, we would return to council with a resolution reflecting the outcome. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
All right, very good. And once again, we're withholding questions until we get through all of the testimony. So we'll begin with Mr. Chitillo. Give me 20 minutes on the clock, please, Madam Clerk. And just to remind everybody that you have 20 minutes, and then you may reserve whatever time that you don't use for rebuttal. I'll keep track of it up here.
Mayor, we have
Oh, I'm
Commissioner
sorry,
Lodge here
I'd
to speak
forgotten, yeah,
first.
we need also Mayor Lodge, and then also Donald DeLuccio to testify on behalf of staff. Excuse me for a moment there, Mr. Chitillo will be back with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Sheila Lodge.
Mayor Lodge, if you'd prefer to use the other mic, you certainly may. It's on as well.
Oh, I think this will be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 41 years ago, in 1983, in the old days when I was mayor, the city adopted this specific plan that is the subject of all these appeals. The city and the property owner, Bill Wright, entered into this agreement to provide certainty for both the city and for Mr. Wright as to what future development would be. This was just as the city council had hoped to have for La Cumbre Plaza. Part of the agreement included the dedication by Mr. Wright of some of his property to provide for the extension of Garden Street to Cabrillo and the extension of Yananali. Mr. Wright made those dedications, and the city and the Funk Zone in particular have benefited from them for 33 years. In 1989 and in 2011, the city adopted new general plans. Each time, this specific plan was carried forward and its impacts accounted for in the process. I agree that housing would be preferable. Mr. Wright developed plans for a housing project several years ago, but as it's said these days, it didn't pencil out. The developer can't be forced to build housing. As a result of pressure from the Planning Commission, however, the developer did, as you heard, add 6 employee affordable apartments to the project and said he'd make a $500,000 donation to the city's housing trust fund. These affordable housing units and the donation to the housing trust fund will help offset the housing demand. Somewhat minor issue, I'm puzzled that the issue of improper process has been raised, arguing the design of the project should have been reviewed by ABR, not Historic Landmarks Commission. For 31 years, Garden Street has been under HLC purview when the boundaries of EPPV were changed in 1993. I think it's time for the city to hold up its end of the specific plan. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's approval of the project, to concur with the staff recommendation, and to deny the appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner DeLuccio.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, City Council members. I actually voted in favor of the project as one of the 4 commissioners, but I do want to thank the appellants for further expanding on their secret and housing concerns, which they brought before the Planning Commission on February 29th, 24. I do believe that the staff and the applicant did a really good job in their responses to these appeal issues. and which the conclusion here is that it's consistent with the Planning Commission staff report from that meeting when we made our decision. Now, I realize that the donation by the Wright family is not the ultimate deciding factor here. They did donate a considerable amount of land to extend Garden Street, and in today's value, it would be at about $17 million. If this project moves forward, it will not only improve make that improvement, it'll also improve the entire public infrastructure around the property. And along with the tourist-serving project this hotel would be, it would become a vibrant gateway to the city. While I share the concern for more housing over hotels, not here in the coastal zone. There will be 6 affordable housing units for employees and a $500,000 donation into the housing fund, which with matching grants could be considerably higher. I realize that the study showed about 11, there should be about 11 units. I think we'd get there with the matching funds. Finally, the project's not exempt from CEQA. Rather, it's a streamlined environmental review. I think staff today did an outstanding job in presenting the secret reasons for approving the project. Now, the only frustration I did have when we came before the Planning Commission was there were 23, I think, technical studies, and we actually made a condition that those studies be folded into the resolution. And if you read the resolution, you will find a number of conditions related to mitigations that have to be done in order to, clean up the site, clean up the groundwater dewatering for the underground garage. FEMA actually says it is permittable, and there's so many other things that do need to be cleaned up and readied for the project to fulfill CEQA obligations, even though it is streamlined. And it would have been, I've never seen this before. From a planning commission for 20 years in West Hollywood, I realize today everything's more streamlined, but this would have actually been a document that at least had a monitoring program, not some conditions that are just put into a resolution. I was satisfied that everything was there, the technical studies, all the conditions, but going forward, perhaps you may want to consider not doing a full-blown environmental review study, but making sure all those conditions are in the resolution, or do a monitoring type of plan, maybe put that together. So we do see that everything is done that will fulfill the concerns that the appellants that brought us before us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Chitillo. I'll get you back up here now. Apologize for the false start. And once again, it's 20 minutes. Anything you'd like to reserve for rebuttal, I will track.
Give us a minute, please.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready to start.
Okay. Yes, so we have the clerk, so we have our Zoom people available as well.
Yes, I will. I'm going to unmute them on my end so they can just unmute themselves.
And will we get to see them or just hear? Okay. All right, well, we'll do our best.
You have some remote members as part of your presentation?
We do. We have, yes, we have 2 people on Zoom and another expert here in their audience.
The more technical challenges. Here we go.
And Peter Garrett and Mark Cram, you are unmuted on our end, so you can unmute yourself when you are ready to speak.
And are you ready? Are you beginning now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council, it is evident by the hundreds of letters received the significance of the decision you will make here today. No one is contesting the Wrights family right to develop this land, and we understand the out-of-town development group's incentives to move forward quickly. But we only have one chance of getting this right. What we know, the second largest hotel in the city of Santa Barbara will be built on land zoned for housing during the peak of our housing crisis by relying on outdated environmental reports and specifically excluding any community benefit despite being located in the heart of the funk zone. What we will lose, maritime businesses, art studios, and 4 acres of land zoned for housing. What we will get is a hotel closed to the community with no usable public space and imbued with 0 of the values that Mr. Wright and the specific plan originally embodied. This project is disingenuous to the specific site plan and pursues profit over any semblance of being a good neighbor. We thank our elected officials for holding the developer accountable to the Santa Barbara community. We may owe the Wright family, but we do not owe this developer.
Thank you, Ms. Zajac. I'm Mark Chatillo. I'm the attorney for Keep the Funk, one of the appellants here. And we I've spent a lot of time at this podium over the past 35 years for a lot of big and significant hearings. This is a big and significant hearing, like the Wilcox, like Veronica, like Highway 101, like Tehiguis. The decision that you make is going to have consequences and ramifications for decades into the future. We believe that the council should not and may not approve this project. Largely due to the fact that we are in a housing crisis. The project is outlined in the specific plan, but as staff indicated, the specific plan is not a contract. It's not a development agreement. You are not bound to approve anything under the specific plan, and you can request and direct that housing be the project that's placed on this site. The applicant has said they prefer to have a hotel, and that's their prerogative, but you, as our elected officials, are responsible for stewarding our community and ensuring that we're going to have the kinds of facilities and resources that we need in our community. The first issue that I want to touch on briefly, and then I'm going to introduce, we have 3 experts today, a geologist, a sea level rise expert, and a vapor intrusion expert who's on standby. After me, I'll be introducing our geologist, Peter Guerra, but I want to talk about housing issues first. The housing crisis that our city faces is substantial and really needs to be addressed. Adding an additional low-wage employer, a large hotel in our funk zone is going to exacerbate the housing crisis that we have. I have a few quick slides, but as you know, the specific plan required that the applicant identify programs and strategies to minimize adverse impacts to the housing stock. Now, staff says, well, that doesn't mean that you can't have any impact, but you have to make a finding that they have minimized the impact to housing stock. They've understated the number of employees. They've overstated the number of low-wage workers that prefer to commute and say that 3 out of 10 like to live here, but 7 out of 10 would rather commute to Oxnard than to live in a house or a facility, a unit that they provided. And I think there's evidence in the record that that is completely wrong, and I think we all know that's wrong. And that's what happens when you have out-of-town developers. Housing in the funk zone. On the left side, our African-American community in the 20s and 30s populated this area. This is historically significant. On the right, you see that it's highly occupied by minority individuals. There's the Yanalali site right across the street. You put it up on your housing element as an affordable housing site. Their housing study indicated that 30% of the people want to live in Santa Barbara, of the employees and people that are the low-wage earners that are going to be employees for this facility, and that 70% would rather drive. We pointed that doesn't make any sense, and their numbers were scrambled, and they admitted that they got it wrong. The housing study, however, and there's some material in the records that shows, based on SB CAG's information, the housing study is not supported by the evidence. So with that, I'd like to turn to the issue of toxics and hazardous materials. It is the hazards underlying this site that also provide additional justification for your decision to not approve this project. So unfortunately, Mr. Aguera is not able to be here, but Peter Aguera is an engineer and geologist with Linker Inc. and has been involved in hundreds of these kinds of sites and reviews. So Peter, you can pick it up from here.
Thank you, Mark. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go every point on this slide. In total, this is a list of data and information needed to assess the environmental impacts at the site, especially for the purpose of safe and effective cleanup. The green list on the left is what we know. The takeaways are soil and groundwater at the site are contaminated with heavy metals, fuels, and chlorinated solvents above regulatory levels and at least 15 feet below ground surface. The unknowns in the red list, they include lack of data, like the location of contamination sources, the vertical limit of contamination, and tidal and climate change impacts on groundwater level and flow. Other issues that are also on the red list include previous performed assessments that inaccurately measure contamination lower than it actually is due to inappropriate sample collection tools. Without knowing what's on the unknown list, we're blindly determining the next steps. And that can result in short and long-term exposures to the toxic contaminations at the site. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're considering the impacts of trichloroethylene, aka TCE, a carcinogenic contaminant detected in the soil gas, and groundwater at the site. Significant unknowns around the chlorinated solvent impacts exist at this site. And this map from the studies performed at the site indicate that commingled contamination from on and off-site sources are present. Considering the project includes 6 residential housing units, the levels of TCE detected in the subsurface are expected to yield indoor air levels that exceed regulatory thresholds for those folks living directly over the contamination. Next slide, please. By the way, I can't see the slide, so I'm hoping we're
with you, Peter.
Moving along okay. Great. So in this slide, we're going to focus on the chlorinated solvent contamination detected across the site in soil and groundwater. Why? Because it likely represents the highest risks of exposure to potential receptors, and it's exacerbated by the project. The chlorinated solvent contamination at the site likely originates from activities starting in the beginning of the 20th century. 1928, I think, is the first aerial review that shows potential activities that would release these chlorinated solvents. These chemicals are denser than water. They sink in the subsurface. They form pools on low permeability geologic layers, and there's evidence that these contaminants have begun to slowly biodegrade with byproducts, including dichloroethylene, or DCE, and vinyl chloride showing up in the groundwater. Considering that DCE has shown up in the biodegradation byproduct, it is likely a bullseye of the chlorinated solvent source areas and is likely just the tip of the iceberg with heavier contamination below the limited depth of current investigations. Next slide, please.
With you.
The generalized geologic layering at the site is shown in this slide, and it's taken from a recent work plan prepared and not yet executed for environmental characterization. The main geological layers consist of a layer of anthropogenic fill, contains bricks and sand and clay and a mixture of debris, overlying a layer of low permeability clay material. The groundwater is first encountered in this low permeability layer, which lay under the primary shallow aquifer at the site. Next slide. This low permeability clay layer is considered a leaky aquitard, and it's where groundwater is encountered. In the boring logs and material descriptions and tests conducted at the site, you can see that it consistently exists at the bottom of the anthropogenic fill layer. These two passages, taken from both an environmental study and a geotechnical study conducted at the site, facilitate the interpretation of this layer as a semi-confining zone. Specifically, the groundwater samples were not retrievable from this layer, even though it was saturated with groundwater. Geotechnically, this upper saturated layer was considered plastic and clayey, requiring removal because it was compressible and unsuitable for support of the proposed development.
Moving on.
Next slide. Considering what we know about the site and a 2018 USGS groundwater simulation, this slide shows our conceptual model of the current conditions. Groundwater flows probably at a gradient of about 0.3% towards the southeast, where it discharges at the Laguna Channel. Under these natural conditions, the plume is slowly moving down gradient while it biodegrades.
Next slide.
Next slide. This slide shows a geologic cross-section along the groundwater flow path. It also shows the limits of the current investigation and how we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg as it relates to the chlorinated solvent contamination. Next slide. The expected impacts of construction dewatering on the groundwater flow and the lateral spreading of the deeper chlorinated solvent contamination are shown on this figure as induced by construction. Next slide. This cross-section, similar to the previous one, shows how deeper uncharacterized chlorinated solvent contamination can be pulled upward and through the clayey low permeability layer that was removed during construction. And remember, this is necessary to meet geotechnical requirements.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to move on and ask Dave Ravel to come up. This next slide shows the distribution of materials from the site, and then this is the long-term effect of having the garage in the materials that Peter was describing. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. David Ravel, a renowned sea level rise and coastal processes engineer.
Morning, council members. I'm going to jump right in. Right now, the sea level rise hazard models that the city's using are not fully representative of coastal risk at the site. There's sediment management issues based on the beach sands at the harbor. There's dune erosion exposure that we've seen in recent storm years. There's a potential for wave flooding. These are current models. And there's emergent groundwater. The combination of erosion and flooding has not been well factored into this inland zone that's identified in the adaptation plan. This is emergent groundwater with 2.5 feet of sea level rise that's less than 3 feet below surface presently. This is going to force up those contaminated sediments and groundwater and further increase the risk of potential vapor intrusion into residential and hotel units. This is, once that garage is constructed, there is now a removal of this leaky aquitard that's keeping a lot of that contamination underground and will start to create a change in that plume and an increase in the risk of exposure. The project increases the risk to adjacent properties as this project is going to impact both the surface and groundwater connectivity of the site to Laguna Channel habitats, Mission Creek and Laguna Channel lagoon, and water quality at the beach that can expose recreational users. We need, with this scientific concerns on contaminants, a robust analysis of the toxic mobility and the effect of sea level rise on the contaminant remediation needs to be led by the Department of Toxic and Substance Control using its new guidance on sea level rise, which has not been completed. FEMA highly recommends you don't build an underground parking lot in the existing flood hazard zones. FEMA does not include sea level rise in its analysis. We need to consider the influence of sea level rise. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Christy to talk about CEQA and get Mark out of the way.
All right, Mayor and council members, with all the facts outlined by our experts, you can see why we're concerned about this. The Planning Commission's findings fail to address or analyze the project's peculiar off-site and cumulative effects that will have significant impacts on public and ecological health and safety as a direct result of increase in mobilized contamination from construction of the parking garage, which will be exacerbated by sea level rise. Such impacts were not analyzed in the 2011 General Plan EIR and cannot be mitigated by uniformly applied policies and procedures. The Planning Commission did not proceed in a manner required by law when they exempted the project from CEQA, and they entirely exempted the project, and failed to perform supplemental environmental review under Guidelines Section 15183. This is a narrow exemption that is intended to serve as a streamlining provision, which I know you've heard before and you keep hearing, but the goal of it is to avoid duplicative environmental review. It's not intended to wholly exempt a project from CEQA, which is how it has been treated by the city. In addition, the Planning Commission has deferred analysis and characterization of the contamination of the project site, which is impermissible under CEQA. The applicant admits on page 38 of its supplemental statement of exemption that further delineation of the extent of constituents of concern in soil, soil vapor, and groundwater is necessary to determine specifications to be included in a soil and groundwater management plan. In other words, to even reach the point of drafting the remediation action plan and soil management plan, additional site assessment is required. But the Court of Appeals in Sunstrom v. County of Mendocino tells us that a study conducted after the approval of a project will inevitably have a diminished influence on decision-making. Even if the study is subject to administrative approval, it is analogous to the sort of post hoc rationalization of agency actions that has been repeatedly condemned in decisions construing CEQA. Moreover, it's likely that the RAP and SMP themselves will have significant offsite and cumulative impacts which have not been analyzed by the city and cannot be addressed without first understanding the extent of the toxins both on and off-site. Each of the testing methods used so far systematically understate the magnitude of the contaminants, and when this data is viewed in light of the other toxic sites penetrating groundwater, there is substantial likelihood the project will mobilize and worsen toxic contamination by excavating the garage. By failing to properly characterize the toxins on site and complete site cleanup prior to CEQA approval, the city has piecemealed the application, which is prohibited under CEQA. The city has also failed to study and identify the impacts of the sewer line expansion in its CEQA review, which has the potential for significant off-site and cumulative impacts by providing a preferential pathway for contaminated groundwater to migrate off the site and into the Laguna Channel and Mission Lagoons, but significantly impacting the ecology of coastal wetlands and recreational use of the beach. The sewer line project entails excavation dewatering from similarly contaminated soils, but will be regulated by the Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, due to the severity of contamination. 30% of the project cost is for contaminated soil and groundwater management. CEQA is required for DTSC cleanups. Lastly, as will be demonstrated by, take that back. The city failed to adequately address the offsite and cumulative impacts of the project itself, including but not limited to the migration of contaminated groundwater to degrade biological resources in Laguna Channel, Mission Creek, and Mission Lagoon, pollution of groundwater and surface level water, air pollution from the transport of contaminated soils, treatment and disposal of contaminated groundwater, and the mismanagement of toxins, worsening housing shortfalls, harming the vitality and character of the funk zone, and degrading coastal recreational resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. So in summary, we've given you a lot of information, and I think that the slide that's here shows the major problem, the most significant thing, and that is that the underground parking garage, when it's excavated and dewatered, is going to change the flow of high concentrations of hazardous material, of toxic chemicals that are acknowledged to be on the site, and then cause them to be spread and expanded. That's the peculiar circumstance that triggers CEQA. That's really the foundation of the finding that you cannot make the CEQA finding. Quickly, I do want to save a minute for rebuttal, but there's also Coastal Act and local coastal plan policies that protect, they require protection of special communities that are popular visitor destination points for recreational uses. That is the funk zone. This issue was not even addressed in the staff analysis. And so we think that it's imperative that your council not approve this project because it's going to harm and degrade the funk zone. Don't wreck the funk zone. We need this to be part of the city's vital economic base. With that, I'm going to reserve the remaining time for rebuttal, and Mr. Mayor, if you see through to giving us some additional minutes, if it's appropriate, we would appreciate it.
Okay, well, you have 51 seconds, Mr. Cello, so. All right, very good. With that, we'll go to Mr. Johnson.
Give me a moment, please.
Let me know when you're ready to start.
Yep.
I apologize, it's not working the way it's supposed to. Oh, maybe this. There it goes. This should be good enough for a start. Can everybody hear me fine? I am Steve Johnson, a resident of Santa Barbara since 1972. My narrow concern is subgrade parking in a flood zone. Thanks in advance for your consideration of this critical issue. Your decision today will set a precedent that may be much wider than you anticipate. The first item on the display confirms that FEMA prohibits subgrade parking under residential buildings in flood zones. I hope we're all agreed to that. We don't want a precedent that suddenly overturns that 35-year-old practice of FEMA. You might ask briefly why? Because subgrade parking under a residential structure is dangerous. I think that would be obvious to everybody. FEMA is not gratuitous in its rulings. It doesn't allow them because there's an element of danger. When they flood, and they will flood, people drown, they get electrocuted, they get subjected to toxic waste. FEMA says it's too great a risk. Certainly it's unlikely, but that's probably what the residents of that condominium in Florida thought as they were collapsing to their death. So there's an element of danger. It's not allowed. There's another standard that does not allow subgrade parking under residential buildings in flood zones, and that's ACE 24. There's the text directly from ACE 24. You might ask why I mentioned ACE 24, because that's the governing standard for floodplain maintenance in the city of Santa Barbara. There's the text from Santa Barbara Municipal Code 22.24.070. Now, the most critical issue I'm about to discuss has to do with, I just said that you can't have residential above subgrade parking. Well, is this project residential? It's a hotel. What makes it residential? ACE 24 makes it residential. Pages 4 and 5 from the ACE 24 document clearly enumerates a great number of types of buildings. Hotels is listed as residential. This is a critical difference because FEMA classifies hotels as non-residential. And so all the communication between the staff and FEMA, I would bet dollars to donuts that they have not disclosed to FEMA that, by the way, Santa Barbara's code classifies hotels as residential. As soon as FEMA is asked, is it okay to have a parking underneath a non-residential? They say, sure, hotel's non-residential, you can do that. I very much would like to see the correspondence that went back to FEMA on this issue. I believe this was the issue that caused the postponement of this issue. It was originally scheduled to be heard in June. It got postponed till now. I'm pretty sure that some question was put to FEMA, but it was not disclosed that our code, ACE 24, classifies hotels as residential. That's the recap. You've heard me say it loud and clear. I don't think I need to go through it. So why are we here today? Looks pretty clear. It's residential, no subgrade parking lot. Why are we here today? Because subgrade parking is allowed under a non-residential building. Now, another issue comes up is somebody earlier mentioned that the applicant submitted 23 technical documents on things like archaeology, geology, everything. They did not give you one word of advice on this issue. Not one word. You've seen nothing from them until the rebuttal to my argument, if you've read that text. Nothing in the August of 2023 or February of this year, nothing from the applicant about this issue. But there is a potential loophole how the applicant could get their project through. They could claim that they are allowed to have a hotel because it's not just a hotel. They're going to argue there's also some non-residential component. If you have a mix of residential and commercial, that's identified as mixed use in the floodplain ordinances. And given a certain condition, it is allowed to have, you're allowed to have subgrade parking under a non-residential structure. So here you've got a structure that's part residential and part non-residential. What's the test to determine whether it's allowed or not? It's got to be a significant amount of non-residential. It has to be 25%, or 25% or more has to be non-residential. The 25% test is absolutely critical, and that's where things have gone wrong. I'm going to just look up here a minute, because it's not in these notes, I don't believe. The project applicant, I said, got nothing from them. Not even in their most recent rebuttal. They say nothing about the 25% test. There is no commercial area on levels 1, 2, or 3 of this building. There's a little bit of, not hotel rooms, there's a lobby and things like that. Those are ancillary uses. And FEMA recognizes ancillary uses as just part of the residential bulk of the building. The code analysis. I don't want to be critical of code analysis because it was put together under duress, under short circumstances with zero input from the applicant. Our floodplain manager did a good job of identifying the issues and extensive research, but the actual 5-page document, something tells me none of you have looked at that 5-page document, and I wouldn't blame you, but it does not have any detail about the location. Where are these commercial areas in this project? Nothing in the code analysis. What's the size of the commercial areas? You've got to add up to more than 25%. Nothing is identified, the size of these commercial areas. What is the actual percentage of commercial area? Nowhere is that in the code analysis. Basic fundamental questions are not in the code analysis. I think at some point it would be appropriate to get a revision to the code analysis. Perhaps with the applicant's help. Okay, so where is that commercial area? I'm going to pause very briefly just to mention that I now know where it is, because I finally, after 7 months of looking and contacting dozens and dozens of FEMA specialists and others, only this Thursday, when I got the agenda packet, was it revealed. Where is that extra 25%? Let's find out. Do you see it yet? It's not on level 1, level 2, level 3. Where can it be? Hope I can find it. Oh, there it is. The parking garage. That's where the commercial area is. So you look at the building, so here's a building. It's all residential. It's not allowed to be over subgrade parking. Oh, wait a minute. It is over subgrade parking. But look at that, the little bitty parking garage. It's not big enough. It doesn't make the 25% test. Well, that's no problem. It's not dangerous enough. Let's make it more dangerous. Let's make the parking garage bigger. There, it's bigger. Now it's like 2/3. Still not big enough. Let's make it more dangerous. Let's make a bigger parking garage. Now it's big enough. It passes the 25%. So by making the parking garage bigger and more dangerous, you get it to be allowed. That's only the case if when you make that 25% test, you include the parking garage as part of that area. That is nonsensical. It leads to nonsensical results. And nowhere will you find something explicit in the very confusing and badly written FEMA documents that you're supposed to use that the basement in part of the calculation. Okay. I think you can pretty much ignore the rest of this. I'm going to try and summarize. There is one document I came across Sunday night, 2024 Flood Information Manual, page 3.10. It explicitly states, don't use the subgrade parking. Don't use any garage area as part of this 25% calculation. The floodplain manager probably had the same struggle I had, trying to find some guidance on how do you come up with that 25%. He found a passage in FEMA P2037, document that's now obsolete because it was published in 2019, and the governing documents were published in 2021. It has some very confusing language that I can understand how it might have led to an incorrect assumption that you could include these subgrade parking. But it leads to nonsensical results. It's contrary to what is in another FEMA document. I just don't believe it's the case. I just have one last little question or point. Again, this hearing was postponed. What was sent to FEMA? What was the question sent to FEMA? Staff has included the response from FEMA that says, oh, everything's hunky-dory. Well, that would certainly be the case if they didn't inform FEMA that the hotel is residential. You'd get that answer from FEMA. So my personal suggestion is that this issue should be, I've lost the word, but postponed, continued until we can get some facts to substantiate what is the basis of that 25% test. I may come back for rebuttal, but probably not. Thank you for your time.
Okay, you have 7 minutes and 35 seconds left. Mr. Unterman. Back to 20.
I sure like the stretch. You probably must feel the same way. I appreciate everything you've done. This is a very important issue. My name's Rich Unterman. And as an aside, I have been in hospitality for over 40 years. My wife and I built a small hotel on Garden Street called the Spanish Garden Inn, probably one of the nicer small boutique hotels in town. It's now owned by Pally House, and they call it world famous. I think it is. So in any event, I want to appeal this project. In 2024, we don't need businesses that worsen our housing crisis. We also don't need a 600-foot long, yes, 600-foot long, double-loaded corridor hotel that is out of scale with a funk zone and with the gracious hospitality that Santa Barbara has come to be known for. The plan shows 250 rooms. It also has 81 second rooms as part of their suites. That totals 331 rooms, far greater than what Bill Wright agreed to. 500 guests, maybe on a full weekend, maybe more, in that little tiny swimming pool. Kids running around, people trying to get quiet, and controversy. Not your problem, but it is the problem. There'll be more water demand. There'll be increased volumes of traffic. Maybe 2 cars come to share a suite. So instead of what is proposed, we've got those people plus a cousin staying with you or a daughter from graduation coming to stay with her parents. You end up with the potential for a lot more parking needs than they're talking about. The employee list shows no security. What kind of an operator would not provide decent kind of security to take care of their guests? What happens when some guests come back from a fun time in the funk zone, a little bit loud, and they walk down this 300-foot corridor, banging on doors, whatever it is, and there's nobody there to take them out or to quiet them down. What does the front desk do? They call the police. I think you're going to have a lot of problems with that particular hotel that are going to be solved by the police department. So moving on, as you know, the specific plan permits up to 250 rooms. It doesn't guarantee it. It just permits it. They could build 100 or 50 or none. And so you don't have to feel like you need to deal with this particular plan. There are other plans that are possible. In addition to permitting that, they set down what I think are reasonable rules on setbacks, on heights, on water allocation, on parking needs, and on recreation. If a developer wants 250 rooms, they have to adjust these things with the numbers of rooms to meet those demands. My experience is those demands are in excess of this particular site, and the number is going to have to come down. So let's start with and deal with just three requirements: water allotment, parking, and recreation. Hotel guests are notoriously heavy users of water. They're not here to save water, let me tell you. Big showers, bathtubs, bubble bath, put the kids in the bathtub after they come back from the beach, wash the sand off, take another shower in the morning, in the afternoon. That's very, very typical of the hotel guest. A 10-minute water-saving shower could use 20 gallons of water. A bathtub could use 40 to 60 gallons of water. Add in the restaurant, the bar, the pool, and the numbers of gallons of water quickly rise. Now to the details of the specific plan. It allocates, and I didn't realize there had been a change, but when I did this quick calculation, it was based on the 11 acres. But if you add in the 7 acres that we talked about, it still is way under what is needed. I assume that with the additional amount, it allows 15,000 gallons of water per day for the entire hotel. That comes out to about 60 gallons of water per room. So 3 showers or 1 hot bath, no restaurant. The numbers are really inadequate. 60 gallons of water is simply not enough. At the low end, it's 100 gallons of water. The EIR, their EIR, many EPA studies, Cornell's Hotel Sustainability Group found that U.S. hotels averaged 114 gallons of water per room per day. And they have maybe 60 allocated. So there's a huge shortfall. My experience in our hotel verifies this. We never were less than 100 gallons per day. The EIR estimated is even worse. They estimated it at 160 gallons per day for this particular hotel, not 200. Even adjusting for the 78% typical occupancy, it doesn't get near the 60-gallon maximum amount. The early EIR described this as a significant environmental impact. The EIR also concluded, this early one, the project size would need to be reduced by approximately 50% to meet this water requirement, 50%. So instead of 250, it'd be 125. Okay, so let's move on to parking. The proposed parking plan is 267 spaces. The specific plan and the city ordinance requires 317 parking spaces, 50 shy. In addition, the specific plan says that the hotel must meet peak parking needs when the hotel is full and fully staffed. Peak parking occurs almost every Friday, Saturday from spring till fall. Lots of them. If it doesn't, the hotel's not doing well. That includes, if you just work it up, 250 guest cars, maybe 25 extra people who are sharing the suites, probably at least 25 for the guests of the restaurant or the meeting rooms. Maybe 60 staff. They really did not come forward with the correct amount of staff, but staffing for hotels is very odd. It's a 24/7. Every day of the week, every hour of the day. Staff comes and goes. There's a big staff when they're checking in and checking out. There's a smaller staff in the morning. There's a smaller staff, but there's always staff coming and going. Those staff drive because they're always doing another job. They can't just go and take the bus. The bus is 4 blocks away, underneath the Garden Street freeway. It's not an easy thing to do. Imagine leaving your job at 12 at night as a cautious person and having to go underneath the freeway to get to the bus on Haley Street. So in the end, if you add those things up, it's real easy to get 300 cars as a demand. Their EIR is even more critical. It shows a need for 501 spaces. The Star Report is the leading hotel data collector in America. Everybody relies on it in the industry. They report that a mid-scale hotel like this needs 1.27 parking spaces per room. That equates to 320 parking spaces for this hotel. As a comparison, Fess Parker's hotel has almost 1,000 cars, and that's for 330 rooms, a restaurant and a small convention center. Staff parking is even more critical, and it's never mentioned. Hotels are 24/7, as I mentioned. The specific plan requires 10% of the staff parking be carpool. They require bicycle parking and staff showers to be provided, and none of that's shown. There is no place designated for staff. If staff has to come in and wander around and look for a parking space and can't find one, how are they going to get to work on time? The plan doesn't calculate parking needs on a real hotel situation. If you read what they did, it's a lot of mumbo jumbo about residential parking and even comments like local ordinances tend to be conservative and they often require too many parking spaces. Not in the hotel industry. Nobody will come to this, few people will come to this hotel on the train with their kids' stuff, the umbrellas, the surfboards. They're going to drive by car because the train's too expensive for a moderate priced family outing. Okay, the council should deny the parking modification. It's just not in the cards. The last thing I want to talk about is recreation and open space. And I don't know a lot about the codes, and boy, this stuff really confused me. I'm a hospitality guy, so I may say this wrong, but I don't think so. So the specific plan requires 2 acres of recreation open space, which is almost half the site. There is not 2 acres of what I would call recreation space. Instead, what the designers did is they colored every little thing that wasn't parking or building. Setbacks, buffers, spaces between the curb and a retaining wall, foundation planting. They colored it green, and they called it recreation. They even called the drainage ditch out in front of the hotel recreation. Can you imagine taking your 3-year-old kid out there with some chairs and having a picnic in a drainage ditch? It's 7 feet deep, and it's sloped like this, and they call that recreation. Now, that's allowed by the code. But the zoning definition of recreation and open space, I believe, excludes the setback. The setback accounts for 27,000 square feet of their calculation. And without that, the hotel is short 15,000 square feet of recreation space. So let me repeat. They included all of the setbacks, all of the little spaces on your map that you can hardly read because they're so small, as recreation space. I believe they included the setback in error, and that represents enough to create a 15,000 square foot shortfall of the required 2 acres. Let's see. I wanted to just talk a little bit about the elephant in the room. Some say it isn't fair to the Wright family that the city denies this, that the city owes them something. I say, really? If the council denies this, the specific plan doesn't go away. It's still there. They can come back with another plan. They can come back with a smaller plan. They can come back with a totally different one. I would think that if this is denied, the developers who now know an awful lot more about the site, they know about what Santa Barbara will accept, they'll come back with a scaled-back project. Bill Wright agreed to all of this. He signed the papers a long time ago. If they developed a reasonable plan, I believe the community would support it. Remember, the Wright plan has real value because it exempts the developer from the city's non-residential development limitations. I can tell you from getting our 24-room approved, that was hell. And it's even more difficult now. So there are a few benefits to locals, just an increase in traffic, a pressure on our housing and water supply, the worsening of our carbon footprint. New employees put a stress on almost everything. In summary, the rules of the the specific plan on water use, parking, and recreation are not met by this hotel design, and I urge you to send them back to the drawing boards. Thank you.
All right, very good. You have 4 minutes and 59 seconds. All right. And with that, we will go to the applicant. Should we reset the clock, please, Madam Clerk?
You can go as soon as you're ready.
Oh, we can go? Okay.
Don't mind that man who walked out.
Thank you. I'm Sean Gilbert, and I'm helping lead the development of the 101 Garden Street project. We truly appreciate the process and what it takes to get here in front of you guys today. It's been a long road. It's been heavily vetted, and it's been heavily analyzed. I think we'll get into the kind of technical side, and there's a lot of questions that are up there. But as discussed by the planning department, we began this process in 2019, where we went in front of HLC. And it culminated in the approval of this project in February of this year. It was a long road, and everything was analyzed between the 23 technical reports that we've discussed today. The staff, we truly appreciate their hard work and fully support their recommendation that you deny the appeals and approve the project today. I don't envy your position. It's a tough decision, and obviously has generated a lot of significant public interest. But you guys are here to make the tough decisions, right? I mean, the simpler questions and comments kind of get handled before you guys. But when the tough decisions get to you guys, it's there's a lot of push and pull between the community and the development. However, this is the right project in the right location with the right zoning that is fully consistent with the specific plan. with the approval of this project comes significant benefits to the site and the surrounding community. You know, one of the existing benefits that we've talked about is the Wright family. They agreed, and there was a spirit of an agreement in place that if they gave the extension for Yananali and Garden Street, that there would be a process in which you would get certain uses approved. This is that use, and this is that time. It's a painful process, but they did not fight the extension and/or any of the improvements required to get Garden Street and allow the public to benefit off of that for the last 20-plus years. You know, as it relates to housing, I think this is a perfect example of where things are trying to get solved on a site-by-site basis instead of planning it correctly. There was a housing plan that you guys certified and the community was involved in, and this site was not dedicated as a viable housing site. There's recent workshops that you guys have stated to help solve the housing crisis. And again, within the coastal zone, I think everyone has to understand there is another governmental agency that also has a say, and it's the Coastal Commission, right? So you've got to balance that. And we understand and agree that housing is a problem. And that's why we've designed the site the way we've done it, and we've agreed to donate the $500,000 to the housing fund. You know, you need to put the hotels within the coastal zone where the amenities are right there. You park once, and everyone gets those benefits out their front door, whether it's because it's by the commercial center or by the beach. If you park hotels or put hotels within the residential zone, you have those cars making multiple trips a day. So this is the right site, it's the right scale, and it's the right location. I think what we are trying to balance here is not build another luxury hotel. And this process and what we're seeing today forces people to up their rates, to up all of these things, add employees. We're trying to hold that. So we're dealing with a lot of push and pull on our side to maintain that. And this process is, you know, indicative of why developers end up having to build luxury hotels. And so what we want to do is protect that, right? It's good for the community, it's good for the tourists that we have here, and it's not really, there's not a space in the market right now for it. So we believe this hotel belongs in the coastal zone, and we kindly ask that you deny the appeals and approve the project today. As it relates to the big document that got put on everyone before, it's just a regurgitation of what we've talked about for the last several years. And it's unfortunate that they chose to do that when we've had 7 months to kind of get this in, to drop it last minute. And it's on purpose in a lot of ways to continue this project. So we ask that you, deny their appeals and approve the project as stated. And with that, I'll hand it over to Brian, who will kind of go into the site specifics. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, Brian Cornell, I'm going to be very brief. Let's go ahead and go to the rendering. You've heard enough about the project. Kathy did a great job presenting the details of it. So I started working on this with Bill Wright in June of 2016, and Bill Wright was extremely proud of this property and what he gave to the city. He is the one that decided to put this under the auspices of the HLC in the El Pueblo Viejo because he really believed this was a gateway to Santa Barbara. And one of his passions was that he loved the Monterey style of architecture. He loved the connections between Daniel Hill and the city of Monterey. And so he wanted desperately for there to be a Monterey building at the gateway to Santa Barbara. So that's what we did at the corner. We kept this area 2 stories. His sort of vision, or what the story he liked to tell, is imagining that this was an old inn, and then it grew, and then it grew again, and that's kind of how we've tried to evolve the architecture. So let's just go through these real quickly. We've paid, obviously, architecture doesn't appear to be the issue, so I won't spend a lot of time with this. What I do want to do is introduce David Goldberg, who is going to talk about these environmental issues, because that's really what's before you. It's with Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Vivek, and I'm going to have him come up, and we'll keep going.
Thanks, Brian. Good afternoon, David Goldberg of Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delvac. Unlike Mr. Shatillo, I believe this is my first time appearing before you, so good afternoon, Mayor and council members. You've heard a number of issues raised by council to the Funk Zone, which were also included in that behemoth of a letter submitted to you last week. as well as other issues raised by appellants. But we don't believe anything raised in that submission or the appeals, or anything really you've heard thus far constitutes credible evidence that the Planning Commission erred in its approval. DUDEC, the project's CEQA consultant, prepared a response to the Funk Zone's letter, along with supporting technical reports, which were submitted yesterday, and you should have them. The project's technical experts are also here today and will address some of the more specific issues raised during these presentations, during the rebuttal portion of our presentation. Next slide, please. Let's start with CEQA. CEQA expressly favors streamlining, including relying on tiering from programmatic EIRs. Your planning division determined it appropriate here, and the Planning Commission concurred, finding that the project qualifies for the statutory exemption for projects consistent with an underlying general plan EIR. And although an exemption was adopted, there has been no shortage of environmental review for this project. Next slide, please. Dozens of technical reports have been prepared for the project, covering all required topics under CEQA, and 2 Section 15183 checklists, one before the Planning Commission hearing and one after in response to the appeals, have been prepared analyzing the project's impacts. All of this analysis has been on file with the Planning Department and available for public review. In short, the city's approach fully complies with CEQA and provided meaningful public disclosure and opportunity for public input. Now let's discuss the Section 15183 exemption. The exemption is applicable because based on substantial evidence contained in project-specific technical reports, the project is consistent with the development density established by the 2011 General Plan Update EIR. And despite what you've heard, the project will not result in project-specific impacts that are peculiar to the project or its site, because they can be addressed through universally applicable development standards or policies. And the project will not result in off-site impacts or any cumulative impacts. Let's dig into each of these elements. The project's consistent with the development density established under the General Plan Update. The General Plan EIR assumed build-out under the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan, and the project is consistent with and would implement the specific plan. Now let's turn to the appellant's main assertions that the project would result in peculiar impacts. You heard a lot about soil and groundwater, and the project site has been the subject of numerous soil and groundwater assessments which show that the site's soil and groundwater conditions are not peculiar, but are rather common throughout the former military industrial areas of the Funk Zone. And once the site is cleared, and the structures are removed, final characterization of the soil and groundwater can be completed pursuant to Santa Barbara County Environmental Health Services approved work plan. Now, this is not a deferral, contrary to what you've heard, of analysis, because the city has made its impact determination, it's committed to mitigate the impacts, it's infeasible to do any further analysis now because of the existing structures and equipment on the property, and a cleanup will be subject to objective performance standards. This is completely consistent with CEQA case law. The final remediation action plan and soil management plan approved by Environmental Health Services will ensure that the site is remediated pursuant to uniformly applied development policies and standards. Now, Council, to keep the Funk and its consultants, have characterized this standard regulatory cleanup process as deferring analysis, and then trot out a parade of horribles, how the project and the cleanup itself will spread contaminated soil and groundwater off-site. However, the analysis and the cleanup process are each indeed standard. They're consistent with CEQA and regulatory requirements, and technical experts for the project have reviewed these claims about potential impacts and determined them not to be based on any credible evidence. And we have the project's geologist here today and available to answer questions, and Dee will provide some testimony during our rebuttal. Next slide. Oh, there you go. An appeal asserts remediating the site's soils would release toxic air contaminants, resulting in peculiar impacts. But the project's air quality analysis concluded that health risks associated with site remediation would be below Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District significance thresholds. You also heard a lot about sea level rise and flooding impacts. Your Planning Commission found the project consistent with the city's floodplain management ordinance and LCP requirements and policies. The project's lowest habitable floor would be a half-foot higher than the required design flood elevation and a half-foot below the base flood elevation. The subterranean parking, which you've heard a lot about today, is designed to be flood-proof, to withstand groundwater forces, to drain any potential nuisance flooding, and would still be accessible during any flood events. Moffitt and Nickel, the project's expert coastal engineer, concluded the project would be safe from coastal hazards, including with compound flooding, during its 75-year design life, based on the California Coastal Commission's conservative methodologies, and that adaptation measures would be available should there be any flood risk in the future. The Coastal Commission has guidelines in its sea level rise policy guidance on how local jurisdictions should implement their sea level rise hazards analysis. The reports were done pursuant to those guidelines. Moffitt and Nickel is here today to address questions about this issue and will also maybe make some points during rebuttal as well. They have reviewed the Revell Consulting report and have responded to it, and they have not changed their conclusion that this site will be safe from coastal hazards. An appeal asserted the project would result in peculiar biological resource impacts associated with impacts to special status birds, and that the project's habitat restoration plan would destroy existing on-site wildlife habitat. That has also been addressed in our materials. We don't believe it raises any credible evidence, and I will move on just in the interest of time. The project would not result in any off-site impacts or any cumulative impacts. With respect to cumulative, the project comprises only a small part of the build-out considered by the General Plan Update Program EIR. With respect to off-site impacts, the appellants have made a series of kitchen sink arguments that the project would have these off-site impacts, most of them related to the subterranean parking structure and how it would spread contaminants off-site. But none of these assertions are supported by any credible evidence, notwithstanding the submission of technical reports. The applicant's expert geologist has included a response in our materials that we submitted to the city yesterday, discrediting each of these arguments. They also argue the project failed to analyze the impacts of the sewer line expansion and that the city would undertake and that the applicant would partially fund. But that's a project that the city is undergoing regardless of whether this project moves forward. The project's only paying its fair share, and so the project was not required to analyze this city project as a part of its CEQA materials. There's no piecemealing going on here. Let's turn to the LCP. The site is located in the lower state component area, which is identified as a key visitor serving area. And under the LUP, overnight accommodations are an important visitor serving use. The project would replace the existing non-coastal dependent storage use with a moderate cost hotel, which is favored under the Coastal Act and LCP, as well as affordable housing. And both the Historic Lands Commission and the Planning Commission found the project to be consistent with the character of the surrounding community and other LCP visual resource policies. The Keep the Funk Coalition has made it abundantly clear they do not believe this project is funky enough. But we believe a truly eclectic community welcomes a diversity of style and certainly would welcome a moderate cost hotel that will allow those of lesser means to experience the Funk Zone's funk and vibe. This is a fully LCP compliant project. The appeals assert that the project is not permitted to have a subterranean parking structure in this site's flood zone designation. Now, as you've heard, prior to the Planning Commission, the city's floodplain administrator, Christina Dye, determined the project was permitted to have subterranean parking at this location since it met the classification of a mixed-use building under both FEMA's and ASCE's definitions. Nevertheless, in response to the appeals, Ms. Dye consulted with FEMA, which concurred that the project may be built in this location with subterranean parking. Now, this concurrence was based on FEMA's complete understanding of the facts, based on written correspondence and telecommunications, and that the project correspondence with FEMA is in the public record. FEMA's concurrence did not require that any particular percentage of the building be non-residential, and the project's civil engineer is available to answer further questions on this. The appellant offers his interpretation of the law, but he is not an expert. Your staff has thoroughly vetted this issue, and determinations of the floodplain administrator and FEMA are entitled to deference. Now let's turn to the specific plan. The general plan, the specific plan, the Coastal Act, the LCP, they all support a hotel on this site. The project site is not identified as a site for housing on the city's recently adopted housing element site inventory. That's critical to your consideration here. You hear a lot of comments that this site should be for housing. Had that been a determination, the city would have included it on its site inventory in the recently adopted housing element. Consistent with the specific plan, an expert EPS prepared a housing impact study to assess the project's demand and identify strategies to minimize potential impacts to that housing demand. And based on the study, the project includes 6 affordable housing units to offset potential demand, which is about double the amount that would be provided in jurisdictions with housing linkage fees. And in addition, at the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant committed to contribute $500,000 to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which according to EPS could be leveraged to support the development of 5 affordable housing units. This brings the total supported units to 11, which roughly offsets the housing demand generated by the project. While the specific plan does not require that a project fully mitigate its potential housing demand, through its combination of on-site units and this monetary contribution, the project will do just that. And you've heard a variety of challenges from the appellants to the housing impact study's assumptions, including the number of assumed employees. Each of these arguments have been rebutted by EPS multiple times, and most recently in our response to the appellant's recent submission, and EPS is here as well today. In my remaining time, I'll try to zoom through the last handful of issues. You heard critique about the open space components of the project. The specific plan doesn't specify how open space should be provided for this project or that it be contiguous. The planning division thoroughly reviewed the project's landscape plan and open space and determined it conformed to the specific plan. Indeed, your code allows landscaped areas and drainage areas to count towards that requirement. With respect to parking, you've heard objections to the parking modification requested for the project. And that's only necessary because the extended stay rooms were assessed a residential parking rate. But the specific plan allows a project-specific parking demand study, and for that, the CEQA consultant looked to the Institute of Transportation Engineer rates. They didn't make the rates up. They looked to the experts, and based on that study and those rates, the project would satisfy parking demand. And keep in mind, in the coastal zone, coastal access is not just about parking. It's about alternative modes of transportation. The project's subject to a TDM plan and a visitor information program to ensure that hotel employees and guests have information and resources to use alternative forms of transportation. With respect to water, I will defer to your planning staff. They have determined that the project's water allocation meets the specific plan requirement. So in closing, we respectfully request that the City Council deny the appeals. They do not present any credible evidence that the Planning Commission erred, and we request that you adopt the staff recommendation and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project and its entitlement requests. Thank you.
All right, very good. Amazing display of timing. I have been informed that we're going to take a short break before we get into, yes, Ms. Hauser, we're taking a break. Short break, and then we'll be back with rebuttal, and then we'll go into questions and then public comment. All right, see you back here at 1:15. So, as you guys have all guessed, this is a little bit of an unusual kind of hearing since it's multiple appellants. So we're going to do public comment, and then we're going to do council questions, and then the last thing we would do will be the rebuttal time for the appellants and the applicant. Okay? Yay. All right. So, because of the number of speakers, we're going to go to 2 minutes per so we can hear from everyone. All right? 2 minutes per. The first speaker is going to be Trish Allen, but Miss Allen, you have actually one more speaker slip than you need for 5 minutes. Are the three speakers, number one, are they here? Do we have Gene Bortolazzo, Tony Bortolazzo, and Connor Bortolazzo, all three here? You don't need all three of them? Are you going to use them all for your 5 minutes?
I'm just checking your math, Mr. Mayor. Does it?
Yes, it only takes, one, you plus two to make five.
So do I get 5?
You get
I'm trying to
five.
figure out the speed.
That's all you get is five.
I've been deleting.
Not
as I've been
501,
sitting
not
up
502, but five.
here. Thank you.
Okay, are we all ready to go? Okay, Miss Allen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Trish Allen. I'm with SEPS Land Use Consulting. But I am here today speaking on behalf of the property owners, the Wright family. And they've also submitted you written public comment that you should have received by now. And really thinking a lot about Mr. Wright today. He'd be really excited to be here today in front of you. So I'm going to go fast with the things you already know. Development on the site is regulated by SP2, Specific Plan 2, approved in 1983, as Mayor Lodge mentioned earlier. Found to be consistent with the land use plan of the local coastal plan and the California Coastal Act. We know we've talked about the street extensions. Those completed street extensions at Garden Street and Yananali Street are considered the first phase of development of the specific plan area. The specific plan was laid out anticipating phased development. And I want to say that it was absolutely drafted in anticipation of hotel development, specifically an allowance for a 250-room hotel with hotel-related amenities, restaurants, recreational facilities, etc. The property is located in the waterfront area of the city's coastal zone, and the plan is consistent with the land use plan of the local coastal plan and coastal act. I think I'm going to say that a lot. The proposed 101 Garden Street Hotel project was approved by the Planning Commission on February 29th, 2024, represents the second phase of the development of SP2. And again, to echo what Mr. Cornell said earlier during the applicant's presentation, this was absolutely envisioned by Mr. Wright. We had many meetings. I've been involved with the family and development of the specific plan areas for many years. He was passionate, he had vision, he absolutely wanted a moderate cost hotel and loved the Monterey style of architecture. Backing away from the project a little bit, for as long as we can remember, those of us that have been in planning for many years, city leaders and community members have grappled with drafting land use policies and codes to achieve economic vitality while balancing non-residential development and incentivizing housing production for those of us that live and work in our community. This situation is not unique to Santa Barbara. There are many desirable coastal communities that are challenged with land use policies in order to serve a range of community needs, promoting healthy living conditions, minimizing traffic congestion, housing, job opportunities, etc. In the city, we have the non-residential growth management program. This program was put in place following the adoption of the specific plan area. That is why it is exempt from that allocation that one of the appellants mentioned earlier. In my opinion and others, it's been effective in regulating non-residential development annually and through the duration of the adopted general plan. I'm going to skip some things. I'm already running out of time. I feel this background is relevant as it relates to the hotel project before you today. Good planning practices are not carried out per parcel or per project. Good planning practices and sound community planning are carried out with strong and effective land use policies, regulations, and codes. Regardless of development trends, luxury style condos, high residential density, we must promote and preserve economic vitality. I want to mention very quickly an example of good planning practices was the joint work session I had the pleasure of attending with City Council and Planning Commission earlier this summer. And the Council and Commission discussed 2 of the housing element policies to begin implementing, and these, again, these are our strong planning tools and land use directives that we will be as a community working together to incentivize housing production and also remove new hotels and as an allowed use, potentially in the inland RMH zone. This effort will include public hearings, input from Planning Commission and community members, and this characterizes how good community planning is implemented. I'm going to run over just really hardly at all and just close with, we emphatically request that Mayor and Council deny the appeals, uphold the approval granted by the Planning Commission, making the necessary findings in recognition of this long-anticipated development and in the spirit of good community planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hillary Hauser, followed by Nolan Boland.
Oh, boy.
2 minutes, please.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, City Council, Hillary Hauser, Heal the Ocean. This hearing is the apex of Heal the Ocean's work on groundwater. This is where we started, was this property. Somebody, when Jeff and I were young, and I formed Heal the Ocean, somebody came into his office, said, here's this vial of stuff that came out of the wall, and opened it up, and we all just almost fell over. We had it tested. Then we got into the city file, all the boring log records in the Cabrillo Plaza. We made a chart of what was in all the monitoring wells in that whole area, the waterfront. That chart went to the State Water Board. The Board of Supervisors directed City Fire Hazmat to come work with us with our files. We put our files together with the Hazmat files, and then we went to the regional board and put it all in GeoTracker. Is my time up?
No.
Oh.
Right in front of you there, Hillary.
Yikes. Okay, so, but we know it's in this groundwater. And today, the Metropole residents, VOC is coming up from it, was not remediated. They're told to leave their windows open. Mr. Wright at one point tried to give this property away because it was such a mess. All right. We wanted to see it cleaned up. And there's no money, there's no way to have the money to clean up unless there's something developed. So we have been for development of some sort. But, and we've been in touch with the site mitigation unit about the cleanup, but we did not see this underground garage come. This garage has got to go. It just, this has all been talked about before, sea level rise. Sea level rise, things have changed since the beginning of this. We can't judge flooding and all the stuff that this could bring. Just get rid of the garage.
Okay, thank you. Noah Boland?
What?
Followed by Brian Huno.
Mayor Rouse and council members, I'm going to continue on with some of the points that Hillary was making in her speech here. I'm also with Heal the Ocean. For years, we've actually supported development at this site because we know that development of a new project will require the remediation of the contaminated soil underneath this project site. This type of remediation is very expensive and requires a development that has enough of a budget to get this remediation done. However, we cannot support this project, and that is because of the subterranean parking garage, which will be dug down into contaminated soil and contaminated groundwater. The risks that can occur from construction of this garage are not addressed by previous environmental impact reports. Construction of this garage will lead to the mobilization of contaminants into nearby homes, businesses, and buildings that are not designed to prevent or disperse airborne toxins. We cannot have a project that worsens this already terrible issue of contaminated soil and contaminated water in this area of Santa Barbara. Airborne toxins, a complex and risky dewatering process to handle and treat contaminants, and also flooding risks. All of these will be intensified with sea level rise. Regardless of any updated projections about sea level rise, these risks will get worse. This situation only gets worse, and the city will be on the hook to clean up this big mess when the dauntless developers are long gone out of Santa Barbara. An underground parking garage in this area is unacceptable. The risks are far too great to move along without proper environmental review. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Huno, followed by Karen Barranca.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time and consideration here. I want to ask a question. I'm going to start here. What does doing the right thing look like? What does it feel like? If you were to walk out the door and ask people in our city if they want another hotel or another house, what would they say? Having been born here and spending most of my 47 years here, one of the things that has made Santa Barbara great is a small town feel, people knowing each other and feeling like their voices are heard. And it's not just a city, it's a community. City Council has a duty to represent the people of the city, both current and future. By getting current environmental reports, by reaching out to the community to see what's important, by investing in our future. There is a state mandate to increase housing, but we will not get there by building more hotels. We already have a huge portion of our housing being used by transient residents for our 2 large schools here. Hotel jobs generally do not pay enough to afford to live here. So this hotel would actually make our current crisis worse. I've been following this project a long time. While I don't know everything, I have yet to hear a compelling argument that this would actually benefit the people who live here now. We've heard a lot about legal intricacies and environmental impacts, but we haven't heard much about the devastating blow to our social well-being, watching one more hotel being built and no housing. So I'll end with this. When does it stop? It can stop now. Thank you.
All right, very good. Karen Barranca, followed by Andrew, I think it's Daigle. Karen, are you here? Oh, there we go.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm just here to reiterate a lot of what my friend Brian just said. I am also native to Santa Barbara. I'm thinking about the societal impacts of what it likes to change the landscape of Santa Barbara. Do we want to preserve a small town feel? Do we want to preserve a small town feel that has a nice sense of the coastal environment? And do we want people to be able to live here? Where will the employees live? Where will the people of Santa Barbara live? When it's said that we need something like a moderate income hotel to be here in Santa Barbara, we do not need that. We have those. The entire Cabrillo Boulevard is hotels. They're affordable. They're under $200 a night. They exist. The traffic on Cabrillo Boulevard is insane. We can't go to just a park in the Funk Zone to get a glass of wine for 30 minutes. As locals, now, this is the landscape of Santa Barbara. I look forward to a future where I can preserve for future generations, where we can walk. State Street is empty. It's empty. It's dying. Why aren't we putting hotels on State Street? Why aren't we putting housing into State Street? This is not what we need. The Funk Zone is a delicate, small town, small business environment. We have artists that still exist here. I am an artist. I exist here. We have wineries, we have cafes, we have a giant hotel, Hotel Californian. It exists here. We have everything we need. Thank you so much.
Okay, Andrew Daigle, followed by Jeanette Marokin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Daigle. I work at a local hotel in Santa Barbara. I really like the idea of having a new hotel in Santa Barbara. This hotel will clean up the site that is shipping containers and trash that don't provide any use for the local neighborhoods. This hotel will provide an on-site affordable housing unit for staff. This hotel will also provide roughly 60 full-time employees among other various contracting opportunities. It will also provide moderately priced hotels geared towards families. Half of the rooms are going to have kitchens for guests, allowing more affordable travels to the area. With the meeting rooms on property, this will allow more events to be held on property, creating more travel to Santa Barbara from all around the world, then creating more revenue for Santa Barbara in the long run. I love working in hospitality and would love to be a part of creating more jobs for ambitious, hardworking, starting their career in hospitality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeanette Marokin, followed by Chris Webb.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Chris Webb, and I'm going to speak during the rebuttal.
You're going to speak during the rebuttal for whom?
Applicant.
Okay. So is it Jeanette? That?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go. You have 2 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. City council members and community members, my name is Jeanette, and I am here to show my overwhelming support for the new hotel. My support comes from 2 reasons. The first one being that I believe it will not just impact myself, I believe it will impact my team, my colleagues, my team members who seek to advance in their chosen career, and I believe a new hotel will provide the availability to do just that. My second reason is that I believe it doesn't just help the person being employed. The person being employed has family members, and I believe the people we will be helping is more than just the people that will be employed, but their families as well, which then trickle down onto different generations. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to reiterate again one time my support for the hotel.
Thank you. Joseph Schaff, followed by Robert Schmidt.
Mr. Mayor, I'm here for the applicant also, and I'd like to...
And you're Joseph Schaff? Okay.
Schmidt, also for the applicant.
Okay. You're going to pack a lot of folks into a small bit of time, but okay. Jason Bice. Boy, I hope I got that right. Bice.
You did, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jason Baez with Labor's Local 220, and we fully support this project. For the last 2 centuries, the men in my family have basically all been construction workers. So naturally, I took up the trades, and unfortunately, I was only able to access non-union jobs, which only enabled me to make half, not even half of what a union worker makes. As destiny would have it, I was only able to provide the bare essentials in a tiny quarters for my family of 6, and I was scheduled to work until I died with nothing to show for it besides a burial debt to my children. Until a project like this came into where I was living, I went to the trailer, knocked on the door, and what do I know? I got hired, became a union member, and started working and earning a living wage. From that time on, my living conditions and what I was able to provide for my family dramatically changed for the better. These projects provide a launching pad for stellar trades jobs for locals in the community. They also provide other jobs such as administration, management positions, and unfortunately, I heard someone make a very degrading remark about the people who maintain these facilities. But the truth of the matter is, of reality, not everyone is able to work in the sun all day. Not everyone is able to afford a good advanced education, nor able to retain all that information and implement it into their careers. So thanks be to the Lord, they don't just give up on life and become welfare recipients. They start where they can. And sometimes they start at jobs such as this. One job leads to another. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wally Pratt, please, you guys, let's not clap or do anything. That we're trying to get everybody heard, please. Wallace Pratt, followed by Jill Johnson.
How's it going? My name is Wallace Pyatt. I'm an artist here in Santa Barbara in the funk zone in the storage trash area. My partner, Jill Johnson, and I have a brick and mortar location at 11 Anacapa Street. We own an art gallery and a clothing store. Everything is made and produced in that area of the container land. We've had retail boutiques since 1991 here. We started across the street from Paradise Cafe. We love how the funk zone has grown slowly, steadily, and organically. It really shows the whole layout. It really, it just shows in the layout how it is. That's why it's become so popular. The slower creative artistic growth approach has shown a huge influx of tourism. People that visit the store love the fact that it's not any Street USA style. It's not a Starbucks boring corporate entity here. They love it. We hear it every day. Our art studio where we produce our clothing and my art is dab smack in the middle of the proposed monstrosity of this hotel. I understand growth and change, but to move out for this corporate cookie cutter budget hotel is a tearjerker for us. Gateway to Santa Barbara? I don't think so. It will be an eyesore for this area, too big, too common, and far from being anything interesting like the rest of our beloved funk zone area, far from mixed use. The thing is, please, City Council, don't lay down like the Planning Commission did. Vote no. Let's grow steady and elegantly. We're not Orange County. This is Santa Barbara. It's a special place for us locals and people that continue to visit us. Thanks.
Thank you. Jill Johnson, followed by Chris Barrows.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I'm Jill Johnson, and I have a clothing store, like you just heard from Wallace, my partner. I currently work in the area that's is proposing to be turned into a hotel, and I understand progress is inevitable. I don't think this is the right application for that beautiful use of land, and we will never be able to get it back. The building is too big. It's too, it's way out of scale. And I feel like a chain budget, enormous hotel that is out of scale and out of touch with our community and our style and our standards. It's the antithesis of the spirit of the funk zone. And this is like the crowning jewel of Santa Barbara tourism right now. And I'm down there every single day, and I know how impacted the streets are with traffic. I know the scale of this proposed hotel is way out of line. And I want to speak to also personally and as a personal person and as a professional, the way the housing crisis has impacted us. And you're inviting I don't know how anyone thinks 6 studio apartments is going to put a dent in the already impacted housing crisis. And you all, I assume, have homes to live in, right? I just spent 2 months looking for a little teeny tiny place by myself, and I own a thriving business in town, and I can't even find a place to live. My manager, Jillian, she gets paid very well. She's been with me years, and her mother, her grandmother, her child, everybody lives in this town of Santa Barbara. She's multi-generational. She had to move to Ventura because there's no place to work. I have trouble finding employees that can work here. Where are these people going to live? They're not going to live in 6 studio apartments. It's been really hectic for me to find employees, and a lot of my peers that own restaurants and bars and retail clothing stores, they can't find people who can afford to live in this town, and this is going to make a huge impact negatively on this horrible crisis that we already have that I'm really passionate about. So I'd say scale it down or scrap it. Thanks. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Chris Barros, followed by Adrian Davis. Chris Barros, she took off? Okay, Adrian Davis. Wow. Let's see here. I can't quite make out the first name, but it's Ramirez is the last name from Delivery? Yeah, thank you.
My apologies for my chicken scratch, Mr. Mayor. My name's Hertz Ramirez, and I'm here on behalf of the 2,400 hardworking men and women of La Una, Local 220. We have an office here on Upper State Street, and we also own a building in Santa Maria. We are in full support of the approval of the 101 Garden Street Hotel project. And, you know, we've gotten some commitments from the developer to use local members to work on this project, local laborers to work on this project, and it's going to provide good paying jobs for my folks. So I urge that we deny the appeal and move forward with the approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got you guys. We see you out there. Okay, Wendy Santa Maria. Doesn't look like she's here. Lori Sanchez. Okay, Jose Garcia.
Honorable Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I as well am a lifelong member of La Una and have depended on projects like this. You know, we're in a tough times here. You know, we're just outgrowing our bridges. You know, the Central Coast, we're small little communities. I've lived in various of them, and we're small, you know, and there's not much place to grow. But it's real enticing to hear when something is going to involve families, because a lot of families are excluded from this. I live in the area, and my family, unfortunately, doesn't have a union job like me, and they have to come in off-season. They have to come in off-season because that's when the hotels are affordable, and no enjoying the sunshine. The most important thing here for us. So we can't deny something from the general public. You know, it's a beautiful area. I love living here. Why can't we share? You know, it's like every other area that has beaches, that has amenities to come to. You know, if you come from Palmdale, you want to come to Santa Barbara. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, I don't want to put down any community in any way. So we are in full support of this. This project will not only bring jobs, but when private money chooses to infuse with union labor, it doesn't happen every day. And we have to take advantage of these things because people become, like one of our members said, it moves you up in the ladder and you're able to afford more things in life and you're able to become a higher taxpayer. So, and a homeowner and things that we should all have available to us. So with that, we fully support this project. We ask that you get rid of the appeals and all the, get it passed, please, please. Thank you.
All right, Paul Gambardella, followed by Roberta Cienfuentes.
Mayor Rouse, City Council members, thanks for allowing me to speak this evening. My name's Paul Gambardella. Full disclosure, I'm a partner at Radius Commercial Real Estate here in Santa Barbara. My Radius team and I, along with others at Radius, have represented the parties putting this development project together. I know many have the perception that commercial real estate brokers are in favor of any and all types of development. That is not the case. As someone who grew up in Santa Barbara, now has a wife, together with my wife, raised 5 kids in Santa Barbara, and someone whose extended family history in Santa Barbara extends far beyond my own, I'm in favor of smart development, and I'm in favor of keeping Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara. One need only drive by or walk around this site to know that it's ready for the next phase of its property development life cycle. It should not be lost on the City Council that years ago, the Wright family gifted the land we know as the Garden Street corridor, which connects Garden and Cabrillo Boulevard to the oceanfront. In exchange, the Wright family was provided the right to develop this site into exactly what it's being proposed to be built today. Couple that with the facts that this development will, 1, ensure the site is cleaned up both environmentally and aesthetically. 2, bring visitors to the community. With minimal food and beverage provided at the hotel, will send visitors out to the community to spend money, thereby supporting local businesses. 3, provide a moderate cost hotel serving families for extended stays. 4, provide a use that serves more people than the existing site currently serves. 5, generates transfer occupancy tax to the city. And 6, encourages those that visit the property to spill over from the Funk Zone to State Street, adding in the rebirth and the redevelopment of State Street, which is needed dramatically. And this is a prime example of smart development. In addition to the fact that the Wright family should have the right to develop the site for this use based on their gifting of land that we now know as the Garden Street corridor, it should not be lost on the City Council that this team that has been assembled to bring the project to reality is a world-class developer with strong track record for delivering great product and the financial horsepower to bring such a project to reality. Additionally, the architect running point is Santa Barbara's own Brian Kernall.
Yeah.
He has a strong track record for himself delivering great product with a creative eye for maintaining what our
Thank you,
citizens
Mr.
love
Gambardella. You done.
and wish to retain about Santa Barbara.
Hey.
I can,
We're out of time.
okay, thank
Sorry.
you very much.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of the project, thank you.
We got that one. Roberta Cifuentes. And followed by Craig Ballard.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Roberta Cifuentes. I'm a local union member.
Can you move closer to the podium, please?
Roberta Cifuentes, I'm a local union member at Union 770, which is our grocery store and commercial workers union. And I'm also here to represent the local citizens, homeless citizens of Santa Barbara County, and here to represent Good Samaritan. Our local employees are a major workforce here in Santa Barbara. We can't afford housing, we can't afford to pay rent. I work at Vaughn's, and I can't even afford to eat. I just think that the number of units that you guys have allotted for affordable housing is not nearly enough. Considering the fact that Santa Barbara, the city of Santa Barbara, has been the major contributors and creators of our local homeless crisis, I think that they can give something more than just a mere little 17 units above a place that's going to kill us later with vapors, cancer. You know, that reminds me of the movie with Julia Roberts in the city of Hinckley and all the citizens dying later. Is that what you're going to do to us? That's not okay. So changing the plan or fixing it, just fix it, change it, and give more to the homeless, because we are the ones who all the tourists are running through our businesses. We're waiting on them. We're serving them. We're bagging their groceries. I'm cutting their meat. I'm making your bakery goods. I am working in your deli. And half of the people that work with me at Vaughn's, or at least, I'm going to say 10 to 12 of us are homeless, living in cars. And that's not okay. I live in a shelter right now that is not providing enough food for us. I had to bring this up in a meeting this morning. We can't even eat in our own house. They're like, oh, we're going to start serving you lunch. That's not okay. And I'm there due to domestic violence, and I've been homeless for 2 years. I'm a college student. I've been going to school full time. I'm working for the union. I'm injured right now. I can't even afford to eat. I'm injured. So I think you guys should replace or remove the employee units and give them up for the homeless.
Thank you. That's the time. Thank you. Craig Ballard, followed by Terry Duffy.
Mayor Rouse, City Council, good afternoon. First off, I just wanted to thank you all for all that you do. Your public service is admirable, and your commitment to this city is very much appreciated. At the beginning of this meeting, we together recited the Pledge of Allegiance. What a beautiful and symbolic act of respect for our country and the laws that govern it. Two of the most important elements to our country and this city is trust and the rule of law. When citizens live in a country, a state, a city They trust that those people who have been elected will uphold that same rule of law. In the case of 101 Garden, there is a contractual agreement in place between the Wright family and this government body, namely the City of Santa Barbara. The Wright family traded millions of dollars of value for the right to build a development project, including a 250-room hotel. Months ago, the people who you charge with the power to be judges of new development projects in this city, the Planning Commission, approved this project. Trust them. They are experts. They are smart at what they do. As a landowner and business owner in this city, we must be able to trust that this governmental body and this city council will always uphold its side of deals and, more importantly, contractual agreements that we make together. For the sake of democracy, for the sake of trust that this city's citizenship has in this governmental body, please uphold the rule of law and please uphold your side of a contractual agreement with the Wright family that was made just a few short years ago. Furthermore, I don't think that this matter needs a continuance or to be pushed to November. Let's take care of it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Duffy. Okay, Terry Duffy doesn't appear to be here. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers online for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, 2 minutes per.
If there's any way for Gareth Kelly to go first, he has to sign off at hard 5:30.
We're doing what we're doing.
I'll list the names of the persons who have hands raised. We have Charlie Carnow, Nancy Evos, Gareth Kelly, let's see, he's on second, and Alejandro Perez. So Charlie Carnow, please go ahead.
Hello, this is excuse me. Hello, this is Charlie Carno with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. We support the appeals, and in particular, I wanna mention an issue that's near and dear to our hearts, which is the issue of affordable accommodations. This is an issue that we've presented on several projects, and in general, we find the Coastal Commission has adopted a policy of requiring 25% of units to be affordable, to be lower moderate cost rooms. So that working class people can access the coast. Here, while the claim is that the entire hotel is moderate cost, we believe there's a huge issue. They're using the rates for Santa Barbara rather than the statewide rates. That's the general standard. The statewide rates have been what has been used historically and more recently in projects in Orange County, in Northern California, and elsewhere in the state. In particular, the analysis that they did shows that the rates would only be affordable under if you looked at like local conditions, which again sets a really bad precedent. Additionally, the developer inflates how many people would stay in its rooms and doesn't provide an apples-to-apples comparison. For example, the developer claims a Studio King, 1-bedroom, and standard 1-bedroom would serve 4 guests, when other hotels listed by the developer only assume 2 guests. And so we just think that the analysis done isn't sufficient to show that these hotels will actually be moderate costs. Additionally, the developer's overnight accommodation study doesn't state what the proposed rates will be, and it doesn't provide any dates or of documents referenced but not included in the staff report to show that the rates would actually be affordable.
Thank you. Thank you. That's time.
I believe that the standard has been met or due to uphold the appeals.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nancy Evos. Nancy Evos, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Nancy Evos, and I'm the Assistant Director with Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN. SBCAN urges the City Council to deny this project, and we support all arguments made by Mark Chatillo and Keep the Funk, Inc. We have to plan for housing for our residents before looking to promote new job opportunities. Although you've heard it before, I have to say it again. Just because a project does not have to include more housing units doesn't mean that it shouldn't. The developer should be in touch with and demonstrate an understanding of the city's needs. The developer should prove their understanding of our city's housing crisis by incorporating more housing units if they want to see this project pass. The argument that the allotted employee housing units is sufficient for the hotel's employees is not persuasive. Employees are either struggling to find affordable housing or they will be struggling to find affordable housing. Does the applicant have any idea of where all employees will be living? Let's talk growth for the city of Santa Barbara. Let's work on securing housing for our teachers and local essential workers because while rents will continue to skyrocket, our community will always need lower paying employees. The developers say that this project will help promote job opportunities, but housing should come first and jobs after. Without housing, we will see a greater and unstable workforce, unable to adequately serve their constituents. We recommend that the City Council deny this appeal altogether because we are determined to promoting housing over hotels. If the city does not have the grounds to deny this project, we at least urge the council to consider splitting the 6 acres of land for a smaller hotel and the remaining to be considered for workforce housing. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Gareth Kelly. Gareth Kelly, please go ahead.
Yeah, Jenny Brule had offered to donate me a time with the mayor's discretion, if that's okay, a minute. Would that be okay?
No, it's just 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. This wonky land use deal was started over 40 years ago. Many would suggest 40 years is more than enough time for a landowner to get their proverbial you-know-what together and bring forth a development plan. The fact these landowners couldn't manage to do that in 40 years is not to the fault of the city nor the community of the Funk Zone that has now established itself in the area. The city should be wary here of setting a dangerous precedent where developers can negotiate a deal to then simply twiddle their thumbs for 40 years, ready to pounce when the most amount of profit can be extracted. Speaking of developers, you do know they do not care one bit about this city or its community, as evidenced by the deafening lack of public outreach and engagement. As would evident at the Planning Commission hearing on this project, the sheer arrogance and hubris exemplified by the developer when continually asked fair questions by commission members about housing, about staffing, about the significant environmental concerns is becoming all too common in this city today, where developers act like they have the city by a different set of you-know-what out of fear of litigation. I ask you, City Council, when are you going to put the interests of the people before the fear of litigation? I was at the Planning Commission meeting and was astounded by what I witnessed. As the developer grew more and more agitated when pushed by commissioners as why this hotel was so ginormous and where the required staff would live, it was pointed out 6 units would be included in the design of the mega hotel. 6 units, it was noted, that would fetch approximately $3 million of today's market rates. Do you know what the developers did to get around that? They bought the 2 votes of 2 commissioners on the fence by offering a derisory $500,000 donation to the city's housing fund. You may bristle at that accusation, but we all saw what it was. It's right there on tape. If that's all it takes, I would suggest the community at large can raise $501,000 to buy all your votes to have.
Okay, thank you very much. That's
It's
time.
good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Next speaker, please.
Final speaker is Alejandro Perez. Alejandro Perez, please go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Alejandro Perez, and I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area and live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I'll be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that hire lean and support. Let's reduce construction, the local economy and workforce development. In a recent 2020 report titled "Putting California on the High Road," a climate action plan for 2030. This development board that can positive effect and effort. The South Coast air quality local environments can result in air pollutant reductions. And finally, recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing Assembly Bill number 2011, pay and hire from meeting certain citing standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We'll close comment on this item. We'll come back to council for questions of staff and then of the appellants. They're doing a rebuttal after this. Council members, anybody have questions? Mr. Oh, there they are. Okay, that's a carryover. Mr. Friedman. Oh, no, actually, it's Ms. Snedden, I think, first, right? Okay.
Well, I did pause for a while to see if anybody else
Yeah,
wanted to go first. I
This thing is
did.
screwed up.
Okay.
Go right ahead. We're having one of those days.
Okay, I have some questions, and I'm not sure who will be the answers of the questions because I sort of structured them going through first the specific plan and then through some other documents, so I don't know what order, but I'll start with just in reference to the specific plan. Can I ask, I think City Attorney, what's the difference between a specific plan and a development agreement? And like in terms of, is it legally binding? Is it a contract? And what is the city's responsibility to, or whoever wants to answer, to a specific plan versus a development agreement?
Councilmember Snedden, I think that's kind of a mixed question between planning and the city attorney. So I'll let Ms. Ostringer start, and then perhaps Ms. Kennedy will also chime in on that.
Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden. So a specific plan is created almost like an overlay of the base zone, and it's done by an ordinance, and it can be amended and changed. Whereas when you have a development agreement, it's a contractual agreement between basically the city and the developer that locks us in to the terms of the contract development agreement at that time. So for the specific plan that was adopted in 1983, council can change it. They can amend it after this. They can anytime they want. So that's generally the difference.
Thank you. And then I think that answers that question for me. So it's not a contract. A specific plan is not a contract.
A specific plan is not a contract. It's basically our zoning ordinance that sets forth what a developer can and or cannot expect to do within a particular area.
Okay, thank you. And then in this specific plan, they reference 3 different types of development. Hotel is one type, housing is another type, and open space recreational use is a third type. Are those, as they're listed in the specific plan, are they in any order of importance or relevance? I think the first thing listed is open space.
Mayor and Council Member Snedden, no, they're not. They're just listed as 3 options.
Okay. And then there's, just going through specific plan, there's reference to deficiency points assigned not to exceed 10. What are the current deficiency points, or what are the deficiency points on this one at this point?
So as noted in the Planning Commission staff report, that's no longer used. So essentially it's not applicable to the project anymore based on the improvements that were made in the past.
Okay. So that's one example of where the specific plan, the way it's worded, might not be relevant to the way that we talk about things today.
That's true, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I have the same question, actually, I might as well ask it now, about the change in sort of the water allowance. Would that also be something, like, are we saying that we're allowing more use, less use for the conservation?
So that's more related to the way staff calculated the number. So that actual number wasn't, the 11.13 was not in the specific plan. We just calculated that per this project, and then now we've recalculated it.
Thank you. Thank you. And then on page, I guess, 4 of the specific plan, it says, well, a couple things here. So about the parking, and I'll reference, it says, one thing it says is the developer waive the right to protest the formation of waterfront area parking district. So if you could explain this to me, because when I read it, that sounds to me like they're waiving the right to protest that, which makes it sound to me like it's a requirement, the formation of a waterfront area parking district. And sort of what does that mean? And is that addressed?
It means that if in the future, when this was written, if there was that district, that the developer would have to agree to that being part of it.
Okay, and so can you give me an update on that district has been
I don't believe it has been created. No,
created?
it has not.
And what would it mean in this area? Like what is this referring to? Like, it's a genuine question. It seems like a good idea, waterfront area parking district.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Stettin, the best way to understand it is generally like how we have our downtown parking district. It would be created something similar to that for the downtown waterfront area.
Okay, thank you. And then the specific plan also calls for bicycle parking, 1 for every 7 vehicles. So I don't know, I'm like 250 spaces divided by 7, that's like 35 bicycles parking spaces. Where are those in the development plans?
The project does provide bicycle parking. There's secured parking in the underground parking garage, and there's also parking on grade. And it meets the requirement.
So how many bicycle spaces do we know?
I'll look it up.
Okay.
Councilmember Sneddon, the Planning Commission resolution says that there are 52 bicycle parking spaces, 32 subterranean, and 20 at grade.
Okay, 20 at grade, and then the others below grade. Okay. So then the carpool spaces for employees, it says 10% of employee parking. Where is the employee parking in the plan?
There is not designated employee parking, but it would be in the underground parking area.
So is there designated underground parking for employees?
I don't believe it's designated.
Because it just says in the specific plan, carpool space
have-
for employees.
Public Works staff here to help.
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor. Typically with parking breakdowns, it's operational. So sometimes we don't necessarily designate employee parking versus guest parking. We leave it up to the operations of the hotel.
Okay, so is that maybe something else in the specific plan that isn't relevant anymore?
It's something that we could explore during the plan reviews, but generally speaking, we want to be able to have overlap in peak parking, and so ideally not have to label each space for a type of use.
Thanks. So without labeling, where are the employees parking? Like on-site, off-site?
It would be on-site.
On-site
It's part of
somewhere,
the
okay.
overall parking demand.
Okay, and that'll be, okay, thank you. And then, and this is all in reference to the specific plan for the beginning part here, the building height not to exceed 30 feet or have the setbacks. So this building height does exceed the 30 feet.
So section B there of that, provide a height setback relation study. If so, it could exceed the 3 stories. I'm sorry, it could be 3 stories or 45 feet. So the project was brought before the HLC with the height relation study, and they showed that, and they were able to comply.
Okay, so that's HLC made that determination.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. And then this 2 acres of open space, the development of the hotel, if it was a hotel development, requires 2 acres of open space. Can I have clarification on where is that open space? Is it really truly all the little garden patches?
So are able to spread out the open space throughout the site. There's the habitat area, just like other projects where the setbacks can be used for open yard area. The specific plan is not specific on this, but we did review it. It's 2 acres of this whole site, which is only 4.5 is being provided.
And is it
And
open
throughout
to
the
the
state.
public, all the open spaces? Are they
No, it's
public
not an open space
spaces?
area for the public. It's just to provide visual openness, some passive recreation or just open area on the site. So it's
Just-
not built out from setback to setback.
Oh, okay. I thought it was I interpreted it as open space recreation, like sort of as for the public.
There's some recreation for the guests on site, but it's not a public recreation area.
Okay. The geotechnical report, it mentions earthquakes, liquefaction, and this is again from the specific plan, drainage, but it doesn't mention floods and doesn't mention contaminants. So, do we don't think those are relevant, or they just aren't updated from the specific plan? And this isn't reference to the geotechnical report, I think it's page 10 of the specific plan. It says geology and drainage. And it talks about earthquake magnitude, obviously important. Talks about liquefaction, drainage, but no reference to flood or contaminants. Is that?
Well, in regard to contaminants, that would come under the environmental review. So not everything is that we would look at from CEQA standpoint is included in the specific plan. Any project is subject to CEQA review, so we went ahead and required all those reports.
So this is like in 1983, though, that this was like what was considered what you'd have to look at? Because I would imagine like today, we would put contaminants under this portion of this.
Not necessarily. I think it would just be that environmental review would be required, so it would fall under that instead.
Okay, that's okay. And then on page 11, where it says, it's under the housing section, and I think, I've heard a lot about this, that all that was required of them was to do a study. But I'm reading it a little differently. I'm reading that study, the outcome of it, at a minimum, shall develop strategies and programs to minimize the potential adverse impacts with city policy at the time of development of plan review. So that's like today. So to me, just studying what the impacts will be is not in the spirit of answering this. So this is the study at the minimum needs to develop strategies and programs. So if I could just ask about that, or what are we considering the strategies and programs?
So they did the study and determined that 11 housing units would be the impact. So they provided 6 affordable units, and then they've offered the $500,000 towards the housing fund, which is their strategy to address this issue.
Okay, so that's, okay, so that seems to me like an in lieu, but okay, I'll talk more about that one later. I have questions about that ones too later. So then page 12, I have a lot of questions about this. Under fire security and safety, it talks about evacuation and safety plans to include flood, fire, earthquake. And so I have two areas of questions here. One, it's not talking about hazardous materials that might seep into the underground area. But two, this question came up at the site visit yesterday. I really want to clarify this. I think I understood from yesterday's question, and the applicant can clarify this for me, that in the event of a flood or tsunami event, that someone will be tasked with manually closing a metal gate to seal off the underground parking from flooding. And first, I want to know, is that really what the plan is? Two, I want to know who is tasked with making that call, that it's time to close that gate. Three, there was some mention that there's maybe not even a security person, so is this like a front desk operator? Who is making the call that it's time to close that floodgate? And then also, I'm sorry, I can't help but thinking about the Titanic. Is this like not a public safety trained officer person going to close this gate if there's impending flooding? I have genuine questions about this flood plan, what it is.
I can first say that we do have a condition of approval. So on the resolution, page 14, we have a requirement that a disaster evacuation and safety plan be prepared. So this should be prepared subject to the approval of the fire department and planning. We'll have the fire department reviewing this evacuation disaster plan, probably to answer some of the questions that you have about how this would actually work.
So that disaster plan includes flooding? Because I see about fire and evacuation, but, so this will be answered later? Is that sort of the?
It's the condition of approval that they need to, before building permit, have that all vetted.
Yes, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, as a part of the dry flood proofing and approval of that assembly, you do have, the applicant would have to have a evacuation plan in place and work with the fire department and local government to ensure that the dry flood proofing is in place before an emergency happens.
Okay, including.
So there is a plan that's required prior to approval of the project.
And that's specifically for that underground?
Yes, it's for flooding. It includes flooding.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to stick a pin in that for now because I find that really problematic. Then the page 13, the energy conservation. This was so forward-thinking. I was actually kind of shocked that in 1983, they're listing all these things that we're still trying to bring forward. So things like passive cooling, ventilation, structures designed to take advantage of wind-induced cross-ventilation. There's quite a long list here, actually, so someone must have put a lot of thought into it. Is this incorporated into the design? Like, for instance, does this have air conditioning? Or is it passive cooling? Or what's in the plan?
I would defer to the architect about the details, but we do have a requirement for energy conservation plan.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Schnitten, we have not done the mechanical engineering for the project. We know that we have abundant solar on the roof. We also know that the current California Building Code requirements are very stringent in terms of making sure that there's adequate ventilation and energy conservation and all of that. So I'm confident, just given the constraints of the California Building Code, that we will comply with what that specific plan is talking about.
Okay, just as a follow-up, this sounds to me like it's not like compliance, but it's sort of like visionary. Survey effective features, including these structures such as like a sort of, wind-induced cross-ventilation. So I'm sure it would comply. I mean, you're a fabulous designer. Of course, you're going to design things that comply. But I guess my question is about sort of this, what seems to me the spirit of this seems to be sort of above and beyond, if there's anything in that.
Specifically, we have not looked at that, but I think that it will be looked at as the plans develop, assuming that they do.
Thank you. And then I guess for the, I guess the description at the site visit yesterday too about the dewatering during construction, and then that there may be some water flow from groundwater into the underground parking post. And I guess what is the plan for dealing with that groundwater if it's contaminated? Or is there a plan, I guess?
Mayor and council members, I'm Joseph Schaff. I'm the geologist for the project, and we don't think there's going to be a significant flow of contaminated groundwater due to dewatering. There's going to some expected contaminants near surface. The dewatering is fairly shallow. It's maybe 12 to 15 feet only. The parking structure, when it's finished, is going to be less than 5 feet below grade, below the water table, excuse me. So, the shallow zone is going to be cleaned up during, prior to the development, so that, with the approved plans.
While I have you up here, can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure, go ahead.
So I don't know if I'm allowed to ask about this report that was supplied by the appellants, yeah? And without going to the technicalities of it, but there are things listed in there for characterization of the plume, and I'm just gonna rattle it off and then
Right.
you can comment to it, but depth to groundwater, groundwater flow direction, hydrogeologic, the hydrostratigraphy, tidal and seasonal influence, the liquefaction and settlement I think is covered, but the nature and extent of the groundwater contamination, the inadequate vertical assessment, the horizontal extent, the temporal data, and I'll preface this by saying, and I don't want to be annoying about it, but I was a researcher for the USGS, and my topic of expertise was Dean apples and groundwater. So this is all.
Good.
So I'm very interested in your
Right.
take on whether that's been characterized or not.
Right. So the project is underneath a voluntary cleanup agreement with the Santa Barbara County Environmental Health. And all the work that's been done has been approved with oversight with the county. So we're limited. There's been extensive work done already. There's 55 borings, water testing, not water wells. We haven't been able to put them in yet, but vapor testing. And most of the releases are from, previous use, surface spillage, and we didn't really find very high concentrations compared to other projects I've worked on. These concentrations aren't that high. So the soils there are silty sands and clays, and they would prevent vertical migration of these contaminants. So when we do the excavation, which is going to be maybe 15 feet below grade, it's going to remove quite a bit of that contaminated soil.
Okay, so I guess my question is, so you would answer that contaminant plume has been fully characterized?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
It's
that's
in
what I'm
process.
getting at.
We
Yeah.
have approved, we already, the problem is the site, it's covered with buildings and materials, and it's very difficult to do a full assessment. So we're kind of limited until the site is cleared that we can do further assessment. But we have a work plan approved by the county already for further assessment. So that's already in the documents.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that.
Councilmember Sneddon, if I may, I'd like to also point out that the conditions of approval include a remedial action plan, and that plan still needs to be developed. And the remedial action plan is going to include, or needs to include, specifications for groundwater management, vapor management, and soil management. And that plan will be reviewed and overseen by the County Environmental Health Services.
Thank you. Can I ask a question about, this is just process. How do you make a remedial action plan if you haven't done a current CEQA analysis?
Councilmember Sneddon, we have done the CEQA analysis. There's a history of contamination on the site, and that's been well documented, and the applicant has prepared several site investigations. And there's a memo in the CAR packet that summarizes and details the different investigations that have been prepared. And during the process, those site investigations, the supplemental information, the work plan, that was all reviewed by the County Environmental Health Services. County Environmental Health Services is the regulatory oversight agency for site contamination issues. They're designated by the state. And they're also what we consider to be the technical experts in site contamination. And they will advise us if what the contamination levels are and if a project is remediated and brought up to levels that are considered acceptable. So County Environmental Health Services, they'll advise us if the reports are sufficient, or they'll advise us if there's comments or adjustments needed to a work plan. And following, the applicant carries out the work plan and prepares the remedial action plan. And that is all overseen by the County Environmental Health Services, and then they let us know if the contamination is brought up to the regulatory levels that it's supposed to be.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the EPS
So,
housing.
Ms. Sneddon, can I interrupt you for 1 minute? I've been asked to see if anybody has any traffic or circulation plans, because we're going to lose Ms. Grant here.
Oh.
So I'm going to canvass council and you. I'll come right back to you. Does anybody have any questions pertaining to the traffic or circulation issues with the project? You're out of here, Ms. Grant. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sneddon. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the EPS study on housing, and I'm looking at page 9, and I think this was referenced in the testimony. So there's table 5, and then there's the footnote underneath it. And table 5, local housing demand by income level for proposed project, and it says 30%. It says percent of workers living in Santa Barbara, and it says 30%. And then the footnote says 30% of workers may choose to reside outside of Santa Barbara. So is the 30%, you're assuming 30% lives in or 30% lives out?
There was a typo in the footnote. The table is correct. So we assume that the number 30% is the proportion of workers that live in. There's basically a larger proportion will be living out. So there was a typo in the footnote, which we corrected in the follow-up letter.
Okay,
But
so-
all the numbers and calculations in the memo and the conclusions are not affected by that typo.
Okay, so it's, you're assuming, or the study is assuming that 30% of the workers will live in Santa Barbara.
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess my question to that is if we're mitigating impacts, wouldn't we hope for a mitigation that maybe currently there's 30% who, live in Santa Barbara, but if we're mitigating what we're creating a demand for worker and for housing, that we would want 100% to live within. So this seems like status quo. If we assume 30%, it's not really a mitigation to.
If you're making a projection of how much demand you would create as a result of this, we look at current conditions. We have no way of knowing the future other than looking at the present and the past. So that's how we estimate demand. We don't look at what you would like in an ideal world to be. We look at what in fact is happening. So that's how we did our analysis.
Okay.
Based on what's actually happening on the ground today. You never have a situation in which 100% of people live. I mean, that just,
Okay.
even in places with abundant housing, you still have a lot of people that don't live in the city. So,
Okay, thank you. Well, that answers my question, because this is based on sort of existing conditions. So to me, it's like, how would you deal with existing conditions, but not necessarily programs and mitigations for impacts? The way I read it, this would be like the bare minimum, not actually a strategy to mitigate. But that's an opportunity to say different if it's a different interpretation.
the interpretation is we're trying to project what the future will look like based on the best information we have.
Okay. And then I had a question about the number of workers assumed who would be at this location for a hotel this size. And can you confirm for me the number of workers? It's 60 total workers? Is that like on a shift at a time or total?
Those are full-time equivalents.
Full-time?
Total, yeah.
Okay, so not necessarily all there at the same time?
Not there at the same time, no.
So there might be like, what, 20 workers?
At a given time, there could be less. It probably varies throughout the time of day. Where there's peak need, they have more, and when there's less need, they'll have less. I would probably defer to the applicant to talk about the specific operational characteristics of the hotel over time, but.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just say, I mean, I don't think it's enough units, and it's hard to, I don't know, it's hard for me for these calculations to justify those number of units. Yeah, if you want to answer to that.
We know it's enough units. We made it a project condition. I mean, I'm not an expert in a lot of things, but we are in hotels throughout Southern California. I mean, there's data in there that shows that. We've seen 300-plus room hotels that need 50 employees. I think where it gets a lot of times scrambled with people is that we're not a big food and beverage operation. We're not convention. We're not meeting space. We are a select service. And again, our ability to make sure that this stays a moderately cost hotel has to do with your labor model, has to do with all of these amenities and bells and
Excuse me, Mr.
whistles.
Mayor, this is rebuttal argument. If it's in direct, if
Oh.
Councilmember Sutton has a direct question.
We're good with 60, and we made it a project condition, and we think there's
Okay,
relevance.
apologies. I didn't mean the 60 employees. I meant I didn't think that the 6 units were enough, not the 60 employees.
Got
So
it.
I don't,
Okay.
you're in the hotel business. I don't
Okay.
know the employees you need, but we're in the kind of housing, and the 6 units doesn't seem like enough.
On-site versus the
Yes,
housing
yes.
fund, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
I will, I apologize, I will just have a few more questions. Actually, I think those can be my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor Rouse.
All right, very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for taking all my multiple questions. I felt like Columbo asking a bunch of weird questions all throughout. So for those who remember that show, they always lead to the right question to ask. So the more questions I asked, the better I was able to refine my argument there. So a couple from public comment today and then my other questions. Since it came up during public comment, the specific plan from 1983 did not have an expiration date, correct? To effectuate it?
That's correct.
But in other cases, if we could put an expiration date on it to avoid a scenario where 40, 50, 60, 70 years later. So that is an option in other development agreements to put an expiration date. Should we enter into one?
I'm not sure about a specific plan because it's part of the zoning ordinance. We've never done that as far as I know.
Councilmember Freeman, I think development agreements typically have an expiration
Okay,
date, but not
development-
specific
okay.
plans, because they do become part of the zoning code.
Okay, fair enough. It just came up during the question, so I wanted to check. Let's see here. Without specific, let me ask a question about parking. Without specific employee parking designated on site, what happens on a busy summer night when all 250 rooms are booked and the staff needs to park, but there isn't enough parking? Where does the staff go, being that 10% of the spots are supposed to be reserved for staff?
Well, this is a question for Jessica, who would be here for the parking
I guess I
questions.
missed it.
So,
I thought it was circulation. I didn't realize it was
yeah.
parking as well.
But I could say that they did a full analysis of the parking demand. It's based on the type of use, takes into account all those scenarios.
Yeah, I was just going to second that. I mean, there's a peak traffic demand study, and I think in general, in functionality in hotels, overnight when people are parked, there's very few employees, right? So it's a different structure as it relates to that. So.
Okay. So most of the time it wouldn't be an issue, but it could be at some point during a busy Friday evening in summer or Saturday. Okay. It's the best answer I'm going to get for now, I guess. Unless somebody else could shed some more light on it.
Once again, I'll caution, we're just make sure we're stated the question so we don't get into rebuttal.
Of course, Mayor Rouse, it takes a village in answering a question. So the parking demand study was based on an ITE rate that was based on the peak parking demand. So in peak, meaning the situation you're now describing, basically when it's maxed out, there's the most amount of parking demand that hotel is going to experience. And in that situation, the hotel has a surplus of 9 spaces. So there shouldn't be an issue with employees finding a place to park in that situation.
That's where the extra 9 came in at those spots. Okay, thank you. One of the questions is on the water allotment, and if I understand it correctly, it comes to be somewhere around 60 gallons per day. Is that per room? Is that an? Basically, my question is the following. So, what happens if we have a water limit, which we do, based on this, and they go over the water limit? Do we shut off their water? What happens if they go over the water limit?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, it's something that we would monitor. If it looks like they're going to exceed their acre feet per year, then we would have to perhaps amend the specific plan, which would then allow them to amend and then go back and amend the conditions of approval. But their certificate of occupancy is tied to this condition of approval.
What does it mean by amend the say a year goes by and they've exceeded their water allotment, or say 2 years and in both years they've exceeded their water allotment? So it's by amending it, are we amending it to increase the water, or are we amending it for penalties?
The specific plan and the water, we don't really calculate water in that way. We have, in 1983, there was different water conservation methods, and it was calculated in a different way. We don't necessarily do it that way or would limit it in that way. I think Ms. Kennedy can explain it a little more artfully than I can.
Yeah, back in 1983, when this specific plan was prepared, there was this threshold of significance that was used for projects. And a few years later, the city stopped using that. We look at the supply overall, and we make sure that all projects use these very high efficiency systems. So that's how we monitor just water use throughout the city. We don't allot a certain amount of water to each project at all, to any projects in the city. So things are done very differently now. We have a lot more supply than we did back in 1983. We have better conservation systems than we did then. But we still have this requirement on this project.
Okay, so even though we have this requirement, we would have to monitor it, but then it would be taken into consideration on the whole water supply.
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, it's one of those things where it's the intent, now that it's 40 years later. We were looking at it with the applicant. They said that they could, they calculated it at 15.5? 15.15, and so they're allotted the 16.67, so they were coming in under that.
Okay, so we just have to monitor it and then evaluate if they go over that allotment.
To the extent that we can, yeah.
Okay. And then this came up too, is the city redoing the sewer, or is that specific to this project and they're just contributing to a city project?
There's your man.
I would like staff to answer that question before the applicant. Thank you.
The sewer is a city project, that this project would contribute funds to.
So it would be going forward regardless of what happens with this project?
I don't know about the timing. At some point, yes, but I know that they need to contribute and have it all, the city project, done before they operate.
Okay, so it's a city project that they're contributing towards?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So one of the questions that also came up, and Councilmember Sneddon had talked about it, and I know Mr. Ravel in his memo. So if there was an issue in today's presentation that was made in regards to the groundwater flow of how it's flowing, and if you have the underground parking, that water flow gets disrupted because it can no longer go into that area. Where does the water go? And will it affect other properties in the area? I'm going to check with staff to answer first, but if the city attorney.
Councilmember Friedman, I don't know if I have the technical expertise to answer that, but perhaps the consultant does.
Councilman Freeman. Yes, the groundwater issue that was raised through the submittal was based on groundwater being, excavation down to 20 feet and dewatering that deep, and a plume of deep contamination upwelling into the excavation, and then also there would be some sort of barrier to flow in the future. This parking garage is really fairly shallow. It's maybe 5 feet below grade, or below the water table once it's constructed. So, we're not seeing, there's no evidence of a deep plume that's going to upwell. And due to the shallow nature of the parking garage and the information about a deep zone that's impacted is just not really true. It's just kind of a speculation.
So I want to be sure we're talking about the same. I'm not concerned about, well, I am concerned about it, but the water underneath, but it's over the natural course of time, as I understand the evidence that was presented tonight, is there is a groundwater flow. So there's water that is not underneath the project, but it's constantly coming from rain and wherever. So it gets into the system and it's gradually flowing down towards the ocean. And
Yeah.
and so what happens in that area where it used to flow, because even if it's just that 5 feet that you're talking about, it's 5 feet below, so that's 5 feet that it no longer has access to through the natural course of the flow.
There's other parking garages down in Lower State Street area over by, State Street, that are much deeper and were constructed similarly, but there's no real evidence there that they've blocked the groundwater flow or caused impacts. And I don't see this one being much shallower that it would cause an impact.
Okay, well, I have questions about it for another time, or maybe I'll address it in my comments later, but I think you answered it right now. It's 5 feet, it's not the entire, it goes down deep, but it would have to go somewhere, but it doesn't, to your opinion, it doesn't significantly impact the project.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so those are,
Could I just point out that Mr. Link, the linker guy is available also to answer a question. No, he's not here, he is waiting and available.
Okay, if the staff wants to bring him in, they can.
Yeah, I think you should allow that if you still have questions in that regard.
Thank you.
well, I guess since I asked that, if there's any additional information based on the questions I asked, if that person could
Sure,
talk.
this is Peter Guerra. I would say that stating that there's no contamination below the limited depth of investigation and the inadequate or inappropriate tools used to collect the water samples, which yield low concentrations, lower than actual concentrations, is probably understating a potentially big problem that's at depth. There's no reason why deeper holes couldn't be drilled in the current configuration of the site to check for deeper contamination, which, if you consider this site having releases that have occurred over 100 years ago in some cases, the depth of contamination of a sinker like chlorinated solvents could be much deeper. And you might be just looking at the tip of the iceberg when you collect those 15-foot deep groundwater samples. Seems to me like there's a lot of potential for deeper, heavier contamination at the site that could come up with dewatering and the breaching of the low permeability clay layer that's at the
I hate to interrupt, but was that a response to your question?
That's out. I was asking about the flow, specific, the flow from water outside.
I didn't think it was.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to answer that, so it's kind of open. Thank you. All right, so questions, these couple questions, sorry, I have a lot of questions as well. I'll try to get through them. Questions about the Garden Street extension in particular. It's been out there that the value of the road, if in today's dollars, is 17 million. The value of the extension that was out there, is that 17 million number the value of the land that would be donated to the city, or the value of the entire construction of the land? Because there's a big difference on that.
It's the value of the land.
17 is the value of the land, so that's not including just the value of the land is 17 million in today's dollars?
Yep.
I honestly thought that was what it would have cost to construct the road plus the land. Thank you for clarifying.
Expensive nowadays.
And then this was stated, but I just want to have the clarification. Are we able to deny the project being that the city has already extracted the public value of, now we just learned $17 million for the land of the Garden Street extension? And you answered this question earlier, but I think I just want to bring it out of the whole context of earlier.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I think I'll take that question. The answer is yes, but it's a qualified yes, because you have a specific plan, which is your, basically your zoning contract. It's not a contract, but it is what developers rely on. And if a project meets all of those requirements and the discretionary findings that are required for the project can be made, then the project should be approved. That's what a developer, or in this case, the rights relied upon when they dedicated the land to the city, that they would dedicate it with the understanding that so long as their project complied with the specific plan and the discretionary findings that go along with it, that their project would be approved. If you cannot make the findings, or you find that the project does not comply with the specific requirements in the specific plan, then the project can be denied, and you're under no obligation just because they dedicated land to the city.
Okay. So there is a possibility, but heavily qualified, and the staff recommendation says it does meet the conditions to approve the project.
Yes, that's correct,
And so
Councilmember Friedman. We've reviewed the project thoroughly, and we believe it meets the specific plan and the discretionary findings for the other applications.
Thank you. I do have a parking question, but it's not, I don't think I need Ms. Grant for this, but it has to get in, it gets into the specific plan language itself. Section 3.2, it's like page 5 of the specific plan, but I was just curious about this. It says a shuttle service to the airport, train depot, bus station, and other hotels shall be provided. Is there, as part of this approval, is that plan in place, and what are the hours of operation for a shuttle service, being that since 1983, as we're hearing from Galita, our airport has drastically expanded, and so we have more flights. So that shuttle service would be very important, and what are the hours of operation? Anyone? Bueller?
I'll just say that this has been added as a condition of approval. All these, as part of the transportation demand management, they're required to provide shuttle service, bicycle parking.
I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost, because that's a huge issue if we're going to try to reduce the number of individual cars
So it's
going
in the
into that
conditions.
area. Okay. So open space. Hold on one second here. I had a question about open space. 1 second. So, my thinking was similar to Councilmember Snedden's here on this. Is it's recreation, not open space. And when I look at the general plan, it's page 10 of the general plan. The subheading is, I think it's 4C, that it says recreational and open space, but then it's subsection 1, area A, which is what we're talking about. I'm going to read the language. A condition of development of a hotel project for area A shall include equivalent recreation uses. The amount of equivalent area shall be 2.0 acres. Such an area may be established through a combination of active and/or passive on-site recreation, dedication and improvement of equivalent parkland and/or off-site recreation improvements. That specific paragraph doesn't say open space. It's specifically referring to recreation. So the question I have gets to the drainage ditch. Help me reconcile a section, that section that does not refer to open space. It specifically references recreation, and it's in there for a reason, and a drainage ditch that is not accessible to the public. Because it's a huge issue, because if that drainage ditch is taken out, it doesn't meet the 2.0, so there is a mitigation that you could do through off-site recreation, but I'm trying to understand how the interpretation is it's open space versus recreation in that specific section of the specific plan.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman. The reason that that open space recreation policy was initially put into the specific plan was because it was a policy of our local coastal plan at that time. And they used the Quimby Act actually to determine what is an appropriate amount of this open space recreational area. The purpose is to offset the demand for new park space based on the users of this new development. And in the staff report to the City Council, when the specific plan was approved, it did specifically say that, let's see, where's the language? It does talk about private or public open space should be provided. So they did talk about it using both terms.
Okay, so there's other areas in the specific plan that reference open space that you're referencing, rather than just that one paragraph I just read.
No, this is based on additional background that's in the staff report that went to City Council when the specific plan was adopted. So it includes the analysis that
The
went
staff analysis
behind-
from 1983
From
analysis.
1983 that went behind,
Okay.
that fed into the specific plan and the various requirements that were included in it.
Wow. All right, that answers that. Thank you for the clarification. That one was bugging me. Let's see here. Just a clarifying question for the 2011 general plan EIR. When we're talking about basically commuting and car traffic, just in general, back then, one of the standards that they would review for environmental document was level of service for intersections, but now it's vehicle miles traveled, as I understand it.
Yes, that's correct.
And would that have any changes on this project if you're trying to analyze traffic impacts of either commuters or whatnot? Because the vehicle miles traveled would capture from Ventura or Lompoc to here, versus 2011, the level of service wouldn't, because it would be just specific to the area. So is that something that is out of date?
Councilmember Friedman, in the 2011 EIR, there were LOS impacts that were found. And then in 2020, I believe, the council adopted a resolution that basically says that the LOS impacts are not an environmental impact, and that is aligned with SB 743. And so the metric we use now is vehicle miles traveled. We don't use LOS for environmental review.
So even this project for the latest is not relying on the 2011. We've done a VM, vehicle miles traveled analysis?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we have updated it from the 2011 as part of all the things we're reviewing and you reviewing.
Yes,
Okay,
that's in the
thank you.
checklist that
I
was
just want to be sure it
prepared.
wasn't
Yes.
relying on the outdated data.
Yeah.
Can we put price restrictions on room rates to ensure they are affordable by design? The last time we tried affordable by design was a decade ago with the AUD program, and we all know how that worked out. If not, what happens if they charge market rate? Would they be in violation?
Councilmember Friedman, we cannot require certain rates. We do have the condition of approval, though, in regard to the moderate rate. So there are certain amenities that are standard for this kind of moderate rate hotel. For instance, they don't have a valet service. That's more of a luxury end amenity, and some other things that are listed. So as long as they comply with those types of moderate hotel amenities. They don't have a full-service restaurant as well.
Okay, so as was stated earlier in the presentations and the room rates stay down because of the way it's designed. Okay, I just wanted to see if we could put in a cap on rents. Okay.
Councilmember Friedman, just so you know, it's the Public Resource Code that prohibits the cities and the Coastal Commission from placing a rate restriction on rooms so that they're moderate, or basing the methodology of the room rate based on the type of users that would be using the hotel.
Okay, perfect. So back to sea level rise. Specifically, I'm going to refer to the Dr. Revelle letter. As part of the KTF appeal, it raises the issue about the tide gate and potential failure. And another, Councilmember Smith and I were on the same page, because this is where my Titanic moment was. I was thinking of this one because as part of that analysis in that letter, it references what happens if the tide gate fails at a high flow event down the line in the future when there is sea level rise. It's projected by the latest Ocean Protection Council to be somewhere around between 1 to about a foot by 2060 and somewhere around 3 feet by 2100. So there's a lot that goes into it, and we have these tide gates, and what happens if they fail? And is there a plan in place if those tide gates fail?
Councilmember Freeman, I'll start off that the coastal land use plan, which was certified in 2019, basically directs the city to assess inland flooding impacts programmatically, and sustainability and resilience are currently working on that. The project prepared a sea level rise study that was done before that land use plan was certified, adopted, and currently the approach is to identify it more programmatically and be able to identify those types of impacts and a plan to address it.
Okay. So that's something that if there's any way to get more information, it's something I would just like to know what the plan is for the unlikely, but it's still out there event that those tide gates fail. What would the impacts be, and what plans are in place if that should happen during a high flow, high tide storm surge? And I don't think we have that information today based on what you're saying. Maybe? Can you answer?
Councilmember Freeman, potentially the applicant?
Okay.
Okay. Council Member Friedman, through the mayor, Mr. Rouse. My name is Chris Webb. I work with Moffitt Nickel, and we wrote the sea level rise study in 2019, and we've been responding to some of the comments in the appellant's letters and memorandums. So the upshot is that this site is high enough to be able to stay dry, regardless of what happens in the future with the tide gates and sea level rise during the life of this project. It's been elevated enough vertically to be able to stand above ponding water during sea level rise scenarios, combined with compound flooding, according to the data that we've reviewed from the U.S. Geological Survey and 2 other sources, FEMA, of course, and then the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration titled Sea Level Rise Viewer. So we have confidence that the site will stay dry.
Are those studies with predicated that the tide gates are working properly?
Those studies do assume the tide gates are working properly. However, our assessment is that even if the tide gates were to fail, that there would be a still vertical buffer freeboard between the project site's first floor and also the entry to the parking garages and the water levels. Typically, the higher water levels occur at the high tide, and if that were to happen at the exact same time as, a failure of a tide gate or the peak storm flow or something, which by the way, the probability is really low of that, it would be a relatively short-term event because the high tide only lasts for approximately 2 hours, 1 hour before high tide, 1 hour after high tide, and then the tide drops. And it drops a lot depending on, the tide stage at the time, whether it's a spring tide with extreme tides or a neap tide that have very flat tides, moon phase.
So you have, in your analysis, there is some analysis of if the tide gates were there. So you did take it into consideration.
Yes.
I'm not sorry if they were there, if they failed. And
Correct.
you took it into consideration, and the design of the project is designed above the FEMA standards to the 13.5, but it addresses that.
That's correct.
issue. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I only have a few more, I think. All right, so these are my last questions. This is, is it all right if Mr. Revelle?
Dr. Revelle may want to provide a rebuttal, yes.
The current models that are used and available, none of them consider failure of the tide gate, nor do they consider lagoon water levels, which can actually be higher than the tide gate, or right at tide levels. As sea level rises, the elevations of the beach will increase, which will likely overtop that tide gate as it's currently designed. Those higher bottom water levels are not factored into any of the models that look at a large storm event like we've had in the last few years, or the 1982-83 flood events without that tide gate in place. So we do not have a full understanding of what would be happening if that tide gate is.
Okay, we're sliding into debate here, so let's stay with the questions and answers if we can, please.
So these are my last kind of questions, and save the best for last. I'm going to talk about housing because that is the issues. So and I'll go with Ms. Ostringer. And so the 6 units that are proposed are under state bonus density. To the extent there is a risk, to the extent that if, say, the project were denied, would we run afoul of state bonus density or SB 330 for those 6 affordable units?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, when you talk about SB 330, you're referring in this particular case to the Housing Accountability Act that places certain restrictions on the city's ability to deny housing projects, generally unless they're related to, it can be found that there's an adverse health and safety impact. Under the Housing Accountability Act, projects that qualify are usually they're projects mixed use with 2/3 residential and the remaining commercial. However, and in this case, obviously, the commercial of the hotel exceeds the 6 units by greatly by 2/3. However, with that said, and so I would argue that no, it wouldn't trigger the Housing Accountability Act provisions. However, with that said, I can't say it with 100% certainty because I don't know if looking at it, this is fairly unique, if they would look at the housing as separate from the hotel as a separate development, as itself, as a standalone. I could see that argument, so I wouldn't say with 100% certainty, no. I mean, there is that problem. If it is found in violation of the Housing Accountability Act, then we do face its attorney's fees, and then there's certain fines that if we were to be found that we couldn't comply.
So there could be financial as well. And it's unclear, so it's unclear, and it's also unclear of if it would run afoul of state bonus density as well.
It is utilizing state density bonus, and that's why I think there's a possibility someone could try and fold it into the Housing Accountability Act, even though it's less than 2/3 residential.
All right, so I want to get into it because it gets raised a lot, both tonight and in much of the public comment that we've had, is that we need housing and not a hotel there. And so I'd like to just play this out so the public understands what the options are, because it's all over the map that this should be all affordable housing and this and that. So let's say the project is denied, the developer doesn't go into litigation but decides to come forward with a housing proposal. Most likely they would use a state bonus density project to get there. And so these are all hypothetical, but this is a very likely scenario if a housing authority housing project would get there. So what is the base density of the project right now? Actually, I have it from Allison, so I'll just tell you. So I checked with Allison. I thought she's there, but I'll just say it. So I checked with Allison DeBusk, and it's 122 residential units is the base density of the project right now. And I'm going to put this into a question, so don't worry. So if they used state bonus density, how many at the 5% mark? How many units would they get? And maybe Mr. Busk, you could answer this. How many units would they get, and how many affordable units would they get?
Thank you. Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. If they provided the minimum, which is the 5% at the very low income, they could get a total of 147 units on the site Of those, 7 would need to be available to very low-income households.
So a housing project at that site using state bonus density, which is what developers are using now, would lead to 147 units and 140 would be market rate.
Correct.
And is there a possibility that if they were to go through that process, that they could still try to have an underground parking garage?
Councilmember Friedman, yes, that could potentially be part of their design. We would do, well, I take that back. That would be a residential project and may have very different implications from a flood perspective.
Unless they put some mixed use in it on the ground floor or something, right? So that there are possibilities that could come out there, but the bottom line is that we would only get 7 affordable units on that. And so I checked with the Housing Authority. There's been some media reports on other projects, and the average cost right now that were real world costs that are in there is about $1 million per affordable housing unit. And so currently they have 6 units that they're putting on there. So that would be, as I understand, $6 million. If you did the equivalent, it would be about $6 million. And $500,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, so that'd be about another half a unit. So just make sure my math is right here. If the right family was to add another $500,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund with this project here before us today, it would basically give us the same number of affordable housing units as if they were to go through a state bonus density project.
Councilmember Friedman, that's generally correct. However, with the Local Housing Trust Fund, we do have some abilities to leverage the money to potentially get more, so with that caveat.
Yeah, with that. And then I had one other, I think that's all of my questions. So that was my question. So it's basically that I just want the public to understand that's out there. I did have one other question for the applicant, and then it's my last question, is what is the approximate estimated cost involved with digging out and engineering and building the underground parking garage? Do you have any figures? Is it $1 million, $100 million? Somewhere in that range. You got to have a number.
Yeah, look, I think this is probably a $100 million project. I think one of the things that hasn't been clarified is that due to the slope of the site, it's actually more of a concrete podium than us digging a big bathtub. The side of the slope from Yananali and Garden Street going this way, so we're actually building kind of a retaining wall into a concrete podium. So it's not this deep underground parking, right? So it's not as expensive as you would think. But we basically have it between 15 and 25% of the overall cost. I mean,
15 to 25% of 100 million. Okay, that's
And-
all. That's all I
yep.
want you to get in a rebuttal. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Jordan.
Steve Rogers said, what did he say? I can do this all day, right? Yeah, right?
And he did.
He did, yeah. I just had to beat him to one quote, and I never do it really well. Ms. Kennedy, so like, I'm pretty used, this is a pretty big scope project, but I'm pretty used to staff having the usual opportunity to pick off the low-hanging contradictions off of a list of comments or presentations that you made and solving some of these drill-down questions like related to contaminants. Well, the obvious answer is there's a county agency that handles that and watches what you do, that kind of thing. Is staff not going to do that based on what they've heard today? Clarify a response to statements that have been made from one or all 3 of the applicants or any of the public comment people?
Well, I think, we could for sure do that. I
Okay.
mean, with the housing, we could say that what we're looking at today is a hotel project. A lot of people have talked about housing. It should be housing, but we don't have a housing project before us. We have a hotel project that we feel complies with the specific plan.
Okay. You kind of use that global answer you've been giving, right? So I say that in the context that, one party dropped 198 pages of technical documents on us Thursday at 5:30. the other party dropped 98 pages Sunday afternoon in response, and then the first party dropped another 28 pages today, actually after this hearing started, into our emails. And it's kind of ludicrous to expect that anybody in their right mind or with any real life is keeping up with this stuff on a real-time basis. So I think others are doing the hard work, so I'll just ask kind of the dumb questions. Allison, if I could invite you back up again, would you talk about what those, in the scenario that Eric laid out, so you have 140 units left there. There's no AUD program in the coastal zone, so those would default back to variable density. And could you then, as part of your bonus density allowance, build large variable density units to get up to those 140s and go up quite a ways as a result? So let's just say, because you have the brain for this, I don't. But so you could ask for a 7 or 8 story building with very large square footage, 140 units, and be this high-rise building sitting there that only gave you 7 affordable units. I mean, on paper, is that possible?
Councilmember Jordan, you are correct that the applicant could waive actually, there is no average unit size in the coastal zone. It's based on bedrooms, and through state density bonus, they could waive the number of bedrooms. So yes, you are correct that theoretically there would be no limit on the unit sizes in the development.
And then his ask could be to break through any restraint on height also to accomplish the number of units with those size, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Then, I just have a whole bunch of questions where they're just kind of redundant questions on, again, he said this, she said this, and you're going to have an answer for this. So I'm just not going to go through those. I just kind of have a global question. So on the discussion you had before on Ms. Ostringer on, I guess I'll look at you, on being able to approve this because we have this relationship back to 1983 or not. The sentence that's in the staff report is actually, the city must approve a project if it complies with all applicable regulations. Does that make sense?
Mayor Rouse, Planning Commissioner, Councilmember Jordan, yes, it does.
And are applicable regulations, as you understand those, are those unwritten?
Councilmember Jordan, no, those would be the specific plan, the items in the specific plan. They would be the findings in the CDP, the development plan, and then any findings if you're making the parking modification. They're specific, and then any other CEQA or environmental regulations and policies that we're required to follow.
Okay, and then would they be aspirational?
No,
Okay.
they're what project applicants and developers rely on when they're applying for a project in the city, whether it be housing or hotel. That's what they look to see that they comply.
And when you're then having to translate that into findings, would the same apply? They would have to be based on something that's written and not aspirational?
Councilmember Jordan, yes, it's the findings need to be based on evidence. If you can't make a finding, it needs to be based on specific evidence as to why that finding in particular cannot be made. So generally, the fact that we prefer housing over hotels, because in this particular context, why we've made the recommendation is the specific plan actually allows and calls out for a 250-room hotel, which is what the applicant is.
So that's why it kind of all circles back to, if you have a specific plan, and staff has gone to great pains to say, that doesn't mean you're required to approve it, but if it's something that would be approved there anyhow in our normal policies and plans that are written, we would be required to make those findings and approve the project.
If the council can make those findings, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
A lot of my questions have been answered, but just for the record, I am going to ask. The housing element was brought up, and it's more of a yes or no question. This specific site wasn't on the housing element as a proposed site for housing in specific. Is it because it's in the coastal zone where hotels are already built? City staff?
Councilmember Gutierrez, through the mayor, for that specific site, I don't have all the background as to why it was not chosen as a potential site. My guess, though, is that it is because it's zoned for hotel development, and it was anticipated that even though housing is allowed, it might be speculative, and we didn't want to get dinged if it did not develop as housing.
And then just for the record, the developer doesn't have to provide the 6 units of housing and the gift to the Housing Trust Fund. Is this a gift that they're providing the community because they understand the need of the housing crisis we have? Or it's just a question that comes up and I just want staff to clarify. Or is this part of their actual contract?
Councilmember Gutierrez, based on the Planning Commission's deliberations, they felt that this was what was needed based on the specific plan language in order to mitigate potential impacts to housing. So I would say it comes out of the specific plan.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one set of follow-up questions for Ms. Ostringer related to the idea that Councilmember Friedman brought up about adding a condition or requiring that the hotel rooms be moderately affordable or affordable. And I think I understood the answer was that we can't do that. And I didn't follow.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, there's a public resource code section that specifically limits the Coastal Commission from requiring us to, or allowing us to set the hotel rates at a moderate or particular income level.
Us specifically, because under Section 30213 of the Coastal Act, we can't set a rate certain, but we can, and we can't set the method for identifying the customer, but we can and do at the Coastal Commission all the time require that a certain amount of the rooms be affordable or moderately priced based on X percentage of the state average daily rate over the last year.
We haven't done that, but we have required that it be a moderate income. There is a condition in our conditions of approval that require that it be a moderate income hotel.
Okay, so we already have that requirement. I'm getting mixed information. So we are already requiring that it be some level of affordability based on the average daily rate for the state or based on?
No, our condition isn't that specific.
Okay. Do we have the capacity to revise the conditions at this phase, or do we not?
Councilmember Harmon, I could read you what our condition says right now.
Sorry, I
if
just
that'll
don't have it
help. It provides that the project shall be maintained as a moderate cost hotel in accordance with Coastal Act Section 30213 and local coastal program, coastal land use policy 3.2-12, lower cost visitor and recreational facilities. No changes shall be allowed that would result in a change to its status as a moderate lower cost, close lower cost accommodations such as the addition of amenities that are typically associated with luxury hotel, and then it names those, or an increase of 10% or more of the identified 60 necessary hotel employees. Any proposed changes may be only approved through a substantial conformance determination or an amendment to the coastal development permit.
Okay, so
that's what we're proposing right now. I'll defer to Ms. Ostringer if we could add language to that, but we could potentially, since this is going to come back for deliberation to the council, we could consider that condition further.
Yeah, I bring it up because 30123 is, while it is, its purpose is to ensure lower cost visitor serving accommodations, it doesn't specify where that benchmark is set. And I think that we do have the capacity to do that and then couple it with a monitoring plan. So I put that out there. I would be interested in staff's feedback, whether today or at a future date, as to whether we could implement something like that, and whether in the context of this hearing, and the answer may be no, and I totally accept that, but in the context of this hearing, if we can modify the conditions to reflect a more specific, lower-cost framework along with a monitoring plan.
And to council, I was looking online, and we all were looking online.
Sorry.
Just so it's our local coastal policy 3.2-12 that specifically restricts us, that we will not require roommates be fixed at amount certain for any privately owned or operated hotels. So it's consistent with the Public Resources Code, but I'll look into how you've indicated that the Coastal Commission
So
looks at it.
it's not an amount certain, it's a percentage of the average daily rate across the state for the previous year, is
I'll
typically
look
how it's
into
done.
that.
So, okay,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I think that would be a better way to do it, is the percentage of the rate, and we could probably adjust that as long as it's consistent with our
Yeah,
plan.
we're gonna get into the rebuttals here in just a sec, so. All right, very good. All right, so, first one up is Mr. Chatillo, who put about 10 pounds of material into a 5-pound bag for his presentation. So Ms. Connect has asked me to be a little bit loose with this, so you have officially 51 seconds. Why don't we put 3 minutes on the clock for Mr. Chatillo, please? Just to let you round this out a little bit.
Well, I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I did note that staff did get quite a bit more than their 20 minutes, and
Well, they will. We said that in the beginning that you're talking about staff.
staff, yeah,
Yeah,
staff
well,
went way over.
they work for us, so then,
But they're special. That's okay.
it's all right, we're good, we got this.
I had a
Go ahead.
conversation with Ms. Connect about the process here and the exchanging of documents, and just for future reference, this is not to this item, but I think it would make sense to do some reform and try and identify procedures so the documents are made available. There's another side to the document story. I'm not going to tell it
There's
now.
another side to it.
But-
We'll go into that later, but please go ahead with your rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mark Chatillo for Keep the Funk. A lot to respond to here. I will say on the CEQA issues, I disagree with Mr. Goldberg, and actually I'd correct staff as well. When it comes to uniformly applied standards, it's only those that are adopted by the city or the county. So you can't just kind of take any standard and say, well, that mitigates our hazardous materials effect. And you heard from Mr. Guerra that actually there's strong evidence supporting the existence of a plume. There is a plume on the site, and he believes, based on his experience, that there is a deeper plume. And that is really the mother of the problems. So if there's a deeper plume of contaminated materials and you install the garage and dewater, even for construction, you're going to have a hydraulic effect of lifting that plume up, and then what do you do with it? You can't just put it in the sewer. And if it's a long-term issue, you've got to deal with that on a long-term basis. That's not been resolved, and that's the impact I think you need to resolve before you go with a garage. And we think, get rid of the garage, you can be okay. I worry about the absence of monitoring or reporting on any of the conditions, since we're talking about conditions. They all need to be. There needs to be a prior comment. The sewer is connected to this project. The materials that I submitted today included a city memo that said that it is because of this and the Somo Funk project that there's a need for the sewer project. Somo Funk is now dead. This is the only project driving the need for the sewer. But we think, there is a larger police power question. You can take it into the language of the specific plan in terms of your authority to impose and require additional affordable housing. Additional employee housing is needed. The numbers that they used in the EPS report are not defensible. Additional information in the record using SB CAG's numbers instead of national census numbers in terms of how far do people commute. This is a unique town. Our workers struggle with living close enough to be able to actually work here. It's not the same as the census data, and that's a really important question. But we think that discussion is good here today. We would actually prefer to see your council engage in deliberations today and give some direction and move forward. We've been at this for a long time. So that would be our closing request, that if there is a motion to be made, that would give the opportunity for some deliberations. I know that's not favored by city attorney, but the last point I think has been well addressed is that there is no right to an approval here under the specific plan. Can you make the findings? That's a question we don't think you can. And so with that, I would ask that you support and uphold the appeals and deny the project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, and on the advice of council, we will stick with the plan that we announced earlier for today's hearing. The next person up is Mr. Johnson. You have 7 minutes and 35 seconds if you choose to use them.
Thanks, I won't take anywhere near that much. I expressed earlier my concern about a precedent being set for what constitutes acceptable subgrade parking. I haven't heard any questions from council members of staff. I would still like to see that point clarified. First question would be, the applicant has actually said there shouldn't be a 25%. Just add a Coke machine, and that's enough. That's enough to make it mixed use. You can have all the subgrade parking you want. I'd like to have that clarified. Staff has prepared a analysis back for the February meeting, as well as this meeting, that says a 25% test is required. I have differences with staff as to whether it's met or not, but I'd like to hear the precedent established that is a 25% test required. Because this issue is going to come up again. It's going to come up Thursday. There's a subgrade hotel proposed at 17 West Montecito on Thursday at the PC. I will be there. And I'd like to know from the results as soon as possible if the council has established a precedent. And then I'll make just a very brief comment about housing and state bonus density. I don't understand why the applicant hasn't at least discussed, or staff, the tremendous windfall in state bonus density, AB 1287. What you could actually do on this project is 300 units of housing, 40 of which would be deed restricted affordable. Not 6 units of affordable housing, 40 units of affordable housing. AB 1287, just enacted this January, just took place 1287. It takes your base density, it doubles it, that gets you up to 240, and now you use the trick that developers have already used in Santa Barbara. 25% of that can be attached ADUs. So you're at 240, another 25% gets you to 300. 40 of them are going to be deed restricted affordable. That leaves 260 for the applicant. Total market rate, 260 units. That's the hotel. He can rent them short rate. Just because they're built as housing doesn't mean you can't rent them short rate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back corner, can I ask you to take the conversation outside, please? Because it is distracting up here. Thank you. Mr. Unterman, you have is Rich still here? Okay, he's not here, and that's fine. So we will go now to the applicant. Now, for the applicant, you have a number of people that turned in speaker slips as part of your closing, so you can split it up any way you'd like, or refer to them and bring them up. I don't need to call their names, they're just here. And you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Council members David Goldberg, Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delvac. I'll say a few words. I will pass it off to our technical consultants to say a few words, and then I will have Sean Gilbert close. And hopefully we won't use the entire time. A few points. Mr. Shatillo mentioned that with respect to Section 15183, only uniformly adopted development standards by a city or county can qualify. The language of the guideline provides for that, but that doesn't preclude a lead agency from incorporating required regulatory compliance from any other agency. And that's what we're talking about here. It would be foolish to suggest otherwise. With respect to housing, and I appreciate Councilmember Gutierrez, your question about the housing element, because the city just completed the housing element process and did not identify this site. Now, it could be because it was identified for a hotel for the last 40 years under this specific plan, and that would be reasonable. It would also then be reasonable for the property owner and the applicant to then rely on that specific plan, seeing that the city just went through a housing element adoption, and that this was not viewed as a suitable site, that this was not viewed as a site to meet the regional needs allocation for this city. It wasn't relied upon for that purpose. This has been a site that's been identified for a hotel. Keep in mind, a hotel, overnight visitor accommodations is a priority use under your LCP and under the Coastal Act with which your LCP is compliant. A moderate cost hotel is an even higher priority use. The Coastal Commission staff has reviewed this project, has commented on it to your planning division. They are comfortable with the condition of approval related to moderate costs. That being said, we certainly would be comfortable. I was going to call you Commissioner Harmon, Councilmember Harmon. I'm well aware of your familiarity with lower cost. I presented a project to you in the spring that had a very significant lower cost component. While we cannot, and you cannot impose a price range, certainly you can establish a cost based on a percentage of the average nightly rate, and we would be comfortable if something like that were incorporated. And of course, the hotel will have an affordable component. People can quibble over the extent of which that addresses the specific plan requirement for minimizing an impact. Regardless of that, there are 6 affordable units and a $500,000 contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and Sean will say a few more words about that. I believe those were the comments that I wanted to raise. I will bring up Joseph Schaff. He will be followed by Chris Webb and then Robert Schmidt. I assure you they will not take up all of the time because I want to leave some for Sean for final closing remarks. Thank you.
All right, very good.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the time. It seems to me we talked a little bit about the contamination issues and some of the dewatering problems, and you're aware of those issues. We know the site is impacted. We believe that the cleanup is actually a good thing for the area to prevent further contamination to actually move off-site, as opposed to what the Lincoln report is saying. The Lincoln report made some assumptions of the presence of a deep impacted groundwater zone and a penetration of a leaky aquifer, mounding of groundwater in the proposed parking area. We don't think there's anything that you can really specify as an aquitard. We've got layers, again, of clay, silts, silty sands, interfingered, and there's no deep aquifer that's going to upwell. These layers go down to 65 feet. The contamination in a deep zone, we're not seeing, based on our testing so far, the contamination isn't that high, and we don't believe in our experience from other sites that it's going to, even though chlorinated solvents do sink, we think the clay layers will help that be reduced. Then, and so we'll test. Further testing is already approved, and we're going to proceed with defining the extent before we prepare the remedial action plan. Also, dewatering, when we do the dewatering, that water is treated before it's disposed, so there is a filtering system that would be installed. And once the parking garage is completed, it's going to be less than 5 feet below the water table, so that's fairly significant. We don't see that as a barrier to flow. We believe that the sections in the Lincoln report are speculative, and they're not really supported by the data we have. So, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council people, it's a privilege to be here, and what we've come up with in our analyses is the site will remain dry. It's elevated high enough to withstand future sea level rise and storm flows out of the watersheds, compound flooding situations. It's high enough to be resilient during sea level rise, at least through the life of the project and potentially after that. There's also the possibility as sea level rises that the beaches will retreat, but this site is 1,100 feet from the beach. It won't be directly hit or affected during the life of the project either. And then finally, groundwater contamination and from contaminated soils should be reduced from this project because there's going to be removal of a lot of it. So dispersion and dilution would be occurring with a lower quantity and concentration of materials over time. With that, I'm through, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Evening, council members. I've got two quick rebuttal comments for you. One is on the mixed-use definition and also on the sewer upgrade itself. The city of Santa Barbara uses the ASCE 2414 for floodplain management. In there is no definition for mixed use saying 25%. It's a very simple definition where it says mixed use. Actually, let me read it to you. It says any building or structure that has portions classified as non-residential and portions that are classified as residential. So it's really simple. As long as it has both, it's considered mixed use from an ASCE 2414. FEMA is the regulating body that audits the city. They also came back to us to tell us that the hotel fits in the mixed use category. So that was kind of our analysis on that. On the sewer itself, this upgrade is called out in the city of Santa Barbara's sewer system management plan that's from 2020. In that report, it actually has an analysis from 2014. What it does is it analyzes all potential development to 2050. So it's looking at pretty much the whole site and making assumptions. And this area was one line that, as phase 3, would be upgraded to a larger line. So it has been analyzed all the way back to 2014. So those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, obviously, for the time and getting us in front of you. I think what I want to focus on is housing. I think a lot has been made about whether or not this should be a housing versus a hotel project. When it comes to the housing certification plan, as well as the recent workshops, I think it's been stated publicly by several people that, within the coastal zone, you should allow for hotels, and outside of the coastal zone, you should focus on housing. And we agree with that. And I think what you have in front of you is the ability to start that process, right? So what we want to do, because we do agree with that, is, and we do take the housing crisis seriously, is up our donation into the Housing Trust Fund. I think to close the gap that kind of Eric Friedman and the math that they did was about $500,000. We think that gets us there. We think it satisfies. I think it's our ability to help the housing outside of the coastal zone, because if you try to put housing on this site, it opens up another can of worms for us. It basically, we have to go back to coastal and justify the use versus the hotel, which is a visitor serving, accommodations to the coast. So we hope that will help you guys understand that we take it serious and what we want to do here. I think the affordable housing units as well on site close the gap. And we really want to see this project through. I think we'll be great stewards to the community, and we look forward to getting the project approved.
All right, very good. With that, we're done with the proceeding for tonight, and I would entertain a motion to close this hearing. And included in that motion should be that we are not accepting new exhibits of evidence or public speaking, but we will continue on the date certain, I believe, November 19th. Am I correct about that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would
Okay.
be our preferred.
Can somebody make a motion to that?
Do we want to, confirm with the applicant and the appellants that November 19th works for everyone, or?
Everybody just jumps in.
Yeah, although the public hearing will be closed, so there will be no testimony, but, so it's not absolutely necessary that they be here, but, if that works for
Yeah.
the applicant and the appellant.
Yeah, council will
I'm
not be
seeing
accepting
nodding
new
heads in the
exhibits of
audience.
evidence.
Mr. Chatillo, is that?
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so the motion and seconded by Friedman, Ms.
So the motion would be to close the public hearing and take no further evidence or testimony into the record, and to continue the hearing for deliberations only to November 19th, 2024.
Okay, very good. Does everybody understand the motion? Madam Clerk, can we have a vote, please? Oh, Mr. Friedman? Oh,
Very good. That is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, as stated by City Attorney Connect a moment ago. Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. I'd like to thank everybody for their conduct and behavior tonight. That was pretty good for a crowd this big. So, do we have any council member engagements?
Next week.
Okay, well, with that, oh, wait, we have one, Ms. Sneddon.
I'm sure everybody cares about this so much right now, but I did attend the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation Waging Peace Luncheon, attended a Women's Political Committee Fact or Fiction educational workshop, attended the SB Police Department swearing-in ceremony, and saw you, Mayor Rouse, also at the new farmers market. It was bustling and very, very successful. So I was very happy to be there and see that.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll wish Miss McAdoo a happy birthday. We don't know how old she is. Rumor has it somewhere between Joe Biden and Taylor Swift. Happy birthday to you. The council can't sing.